Hello, hello. Good evening, freaking ads. Thank you for the fan, hello.
I'm not actually responsible for those ads. Like, I have not changed a single thing about them. This is just what Twitch gives you. I'm so sorry. It's just if it makes you feel any better, it's the same for me. It's like whenever I try to watch literally anyone. When I try to watch literally anyone, it's always like, oh, I'll just come by real quick. Boom, 2 minutes. Like, all right, right, thanks.
Thank you for the gifted sub. No more ads.
I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're doing well. It is already Wednesday again, which I'm very happy about. It do be Wednesday, which means more time for Please Be Happy, because we would like to be happy. We love being happy. We like people being happy. Doing alright, I'm glad to hear it. Still procrastinating everything. Yeah, I feel that. I'm also a very bad procrastinator. Granted, I don't have any like big essays or anything I need to write, but I still find enough stuff I can procrastinate on, not gonna lie. You want only sadness and despair. No, you want these girls to be happy. We want these girls to be very happy. I have to admit though, actually, I try it to get through my dailies in, you know, the 2 gacha games that I'm currently playing, which is more than me trying to go down to 0, but still better than, you know, what I was doing at some point, so. But I miscalculated the timing, so now I'm trying to rush through a stupid fucking dungeon limbo so I can focus on the very good girls. Isn't that nice? You haven't touched the only MMO you play in a few weeks. I mean, I am currently letting my sub absolutely go to waste for Final Fantasy XIV. Actually, I'm a big fake fan. I haven't actually played 14 in weeks as well. Hold on, last time I played 14 was 2nd of February. That's a while ago. So, oopsie. I finished the main part of Endwalker, yeah, I did, but I have not touched all of the stuff that came out afterwards. I know we're heading into April, I know. That's why I'm saying, That's why I said I have not touched it in a while, because I keep putting off switching from G-shade to reshade. And other such things I could tell you as a reason that are just me making excuses. Now, I finished Endwalker, but I haven't touched all of the sub-main story quests. I should get back to it, though. I do want to. I want to get Final Fantasy XIV somewhere into my like daily life again. And maybe actually make it to a level cap and focus on a particular class to actually get into raiding. Maybe this year. I would like to do that. Make 2023 the year I get into raiding and actually get stuff. Because it always sounds interesting, you know, when other people do it. It is what it is. For now, I'm gonna finish on more cute girls doing gay things, like holding hands and kissing. Unprotected hand-holding and kissing on this Christian chat server, whatever. I cannot talk. I'm on Zodiac, which is on the Light data center. You know, been up to date. I mean, I've been up to date story-wise, but never equipment-wise. Never. I barely do the normal raids, like when you have, yeah, Light, yeah.
Already? Okay,
Yes.
let me grab my keys.
Why does she always say that? I actually can't place whose voice that is.
the already let me grab my keys because it's too high a voice to be Juliet. But Miho doesn't have that kind of like pronunciation. And Aspen sounds completely different. But I can't actually tell whose it is.
Already? Let me grab my keys real quick.
But yeah, what did we do last time? Last time, Aspen turned down the one offer she had gotten to publish her novel because she absolutely overworked herself in trying to make revisions to the book that like made it stop being her book because it was completely different from what she had written, and she wasn't happy with it anymore at all. And she finally like admitted to that and admitted it to herself, and she said, no, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in revising the book like you want me to. Like, we know that she still has some places open, I think. So maybe someone else will actually offer her to publish the book. With less revisions that, make her so miserable. Mio said, please be happy to Aspen. Yeah. We also helped a bunch of school kids who were on a trip here to make a nice little project, and the mermaid of the group actually did not have trouble remembering Miho at all. For some reason the magic didn't work on her. And we're kind of getting friendly with Silver. We still don't really... No, never mind. We also found out what Silver's magic is. Silver's magic is like being able to see people's emotions, like in a synesthesia kind of sense, because she sees them as colors. And Miho is, I don't know, some kind of blue-green? I don't remember. But yeah, we thought, oh god, they're gonna fight last time, but in the end they really... They didn't. They communicated. They did not, in fact, fight. They both were like, I deeply care for you. I want you to be happy. Which I'm very happy about, so... So what we're gonna get today. Around lunchtime, we head to the Bell House for Aspen's midday shift.
Are you sure you want to go to work today? You said you were gonna call out.
Yeah, well, now she's not.
I'm sure. It'll be nice to have the distraction. Sorry to leave you on your own.
Hi. Good evening.
It's alright. I'll figure out something to do.
Yeah, and I need to turn up the volume because I can barely hear anything. There we go.
I study Aspen's face. Her eyes are still red and puffy, although her glasses help hide that. She still seems fragile, but I feel less worried about her than before.
See you tomorrow then?
Oh, thank you for the idle time.
Maybe. I might just need a day alone. Not that being with you doesn't help me feel better, but I just have a lot of thinking to do.
That is very valid. Sometimes you need days for yourself.
I understand. We can hang out again when you're ready.
I'll see you on Halloween for sure.
Oh yeah. Oh right, it's around Halloween time. We do... Well, we don't have like full-on proper... You could probably figure out the actual in-game dates if you go back from, okay, it's gonna be Halloween on this weekend and then go back, because they always give you Monday, Tuesday, whatever. But I won't. I don't care. It's almost Halloween.
Cool.
That's good enough for me. You will never be happy.
Oh no, why would you say that?
Aspen adjusts her glasses and removes her hat, preparing to go change into her uniform.
Well, I'm going to go clean myself up a bit before my shift starts. I can't let Lena see me like this.
I wonder if Lena would notice. On one hand, I feel like Lena would be like... either completely gloss over it because she doesn't notice, or she does notice and is like, oh, I'm not going to ask her about it because she'd probably feel bad.
You sure you'll be okay?
Yes.
Like having puffy eyes from
myself together.
crying the
That's what
entire night and
customer
stuff.
service really is.
Did we be happy yet? How many girlfriends do we have at the moment? Just the one you can see on screen right now, which is already very good. She's a lovely girlfriend.
Alright.
We love her a lot. We want to see her grow. We want to see her happy.
Goodbye, Miho. I love you.
I love you.
Love you too.
Yeah, baby.
After final kiss, she goes inside to start her shift. It's been an emotional day already, and it's barely half over. Despite that, I feel optimistic as I walk away from the cafe. I'm still concerned about Aspen, but I know she'll be okay in the long run. There's a long road ahead, but things are looking up.
Hey, library time. Ah, fuck, I can't see.
I continue to see Tommy and his family fairly regularly. Of course, I hear from the three of them every day just to maintain the memories. It makes my daily check-ins take a little while, but that's okay. Gwen also comes to the library to study several times a week, sometimes by herself and sometimes with Tommy.
Library. Yeah.
I will say it time and time again. I wish I would be the owner of a library or living above a library. I wish I was in possession of a building that I could claim to be a library and not just my own personal collection of many books. When Elijah drops by to return the books he borrowed, he mentions that he wasn't able to learn much about Gerby like he'd hoped, but that he thinks Gerby comes from somewhere other than the underworld like I do. That would explain why it's harder to find information about him. It reminds me a bit of Aspen and Juliet trying to find out more about my beat and my magic. At least in that case, there's Silver to help explain some things, at least grudgingly. As for Tommy, it seems like he's doing okay. I don't hear anything else about him getting into fights, for one thing. When he's at the library, he either looks for books or just reads a book at the table with his mom. How old is Tommy? Slowly but surely, the three of them, four if you count Gerby, have slipped into their own routine. I hope Elijah was right when he said that things between them will just have to get better with time. He'll be a great librarian. There would be so many monster girls asking for hand in marriage. Funnily enough, I keep looking into like what you would need as a librarian. And then I see that you need to like, you know, go to university and study this and that. And I'm like, okay, no librarian for me. Also, thank you for the pad. It's like, I assure you, even without studying at a fucking university, I could handle books. I could learn bookbinding. Even without having gone to university. I'm sorry, I think I could do that. But they don't want me. I don't think they want me. If you had the money to own a building that would be fit for a library, then you could probably fill it with a giant personal collection to read in the future. Very true. If I, you know, did, is it also called lotto in English? You know, if you did like...
I am missing the word.
The lottery. Jesus Christ. So, yeah. I'm so stupid. If I played that, and if I actually won, you know, you have to play to actually win it. But, you know how you always say, oh, if I won the lottery one day, I would, blah, blah, blah. But you actually have to play it for that to happen. Even at the very abysmal chance of actually winning it. But if I won the lottery, so I would have that kind of money at my disposal and I wouldn't have to worry about my future, I would buy a building somewhere, a big one, a nice building and renovate it, or maybe just build a new one completely to my taste, so I could fill it with all of my books, all to my personal taste, and then be like, you know, you could come by and visit. You can look at the stuff. You can read the books, but only if you stay there, because I have given books to people I know before. I'm not saying friends because I trust friends with my books. But I've given books to people before and they did not treat them well. And here, I'm not saying like, oh, you cannot, under no circumstances, like, touch the spine. Like, it's okay if a book is well read. It's okay if the spine is broken at some point. It just means the book is well loved. But there's people who just don't know how to treat books at all. And I have regretted lending them my things. What are we talking about? We're talking about lending out books. There would be so many anime figures. There would be. If I had all the money in the world, I would have just built this giant building, fill it with all of the stuff I like, and then because I like showcasing things, and you could come by and look at it and be like, wow, Noah, why do you have so much stuff? And I would be like, oh, that isn't even all of it, because a lot of the stuff I haven't actually read yet is not on the shelves yet. That's this big tower over there. Like, of stuff I keep buying without actually consuming the contents. Which is something I need to stop doing. It's not good. What the fuck do people do with their books? You would be surprised how some people handle... Like, it's one thing if it's their own books, like, oh, you spent money on a thing, you own it, you can do whatever you want. It's still gonna hurt my heart to an extent, but that's your book. But if I lend you something of mine, I would like to get it back in the exact same condition it's in. And not with coffee stains on it, or completely, like, ripped apart. Like, I mean, if something... Worst case, if something happens, like it was an accident, but you can't fucking save the book anymore, and it's still something you can, you know, reasonably get. Like, if it's not an out-of-print special edition, whatever, then okay, buy a new one. Like, either you treat it with care, or... That's why I'm very about lending out stuff. Very After eating breakfast with just Juliet, I have to figure out how to spend a day without Aspen. We had a quick video call this morning where she said she still needs a day to herself to just unwind and think and cry. I wish that I could be there to comfort her, but I also understand why she needs to be alone for a while. She's learning those hard lessons for herself, just like Juliet said. I'll see her tomorrow, but I can't let today go to waste. Juliet finds me in the kitchen looking out the back window.
Is something out there?
The sky.
Nah, just thinking about what I want to do today. Aspen's not feeling very good.
In the shade of the big tree in the backyard, there are a couple birds hopping around looking for worms. That gives me an idea.
Could I go see that bird we rescued? The one your friend picked up.
You can certainly visit the preserve. Although I couldn't say if they'd be able to point you to our friend in particular.
That's okay.
There are quite a lot of other birds who call it home.
That's fine. I can look for it on my own.
Of course. It's a bit of a walk, but there's a shuttle that can take you most of the way.
Juliet shows me where to find the shuttle, and I use my phone to guide me there. I don't have to wait long until it arrives and I climb on board. The driver takes us in the direction of the bell house and Aspen's apartment. I've walked down these roads so many times that it feels strange to see them rush by out the window, like I'm fast-forwarding through a TV show. At some point, we take a turn that I've never taken before, and soon we're going through the areas that are new to me. I watch them go by, not paying enough attention to commit them to memory. Eventually, I stop and disembark. As I get my first whiff of the clean air, I understand why it's a preserve. As far as I can see, the land is covered in forest. Not just trees, but forest. Grown so thick that it looks like a solid wall of green. The only exception is a river that winds through the hills, where the water is crystal clear and still. The nearby botanic gardens were lovely, but this is something else. This is something more. Oh, I miss traveling to new places. I'm glad to have settled down now. Me when you smell outside. Me when I touch grass. Wait, where did I say my big ones go? Here. And we're going for Aspen's comfy ending, so I'm glad to have settled down now. It reminds me of my days in the wild running free. Although those were good times, I prefer the simplicity and security of my daily life that I've established. I quietly pay for my ticket and then hurry out as fast as I can. I see why Juliet said they wouldn't be able to help me find my bird. There are a ton of places it could be, but that doesn't mean I can try. Maybe if I found the person who took the bird in, they'd know what happened to it. I might have better luck just looking for it myself though. It's a big place, I decide, too big for me to try to explore on my own. I should look for Juliet's friend, Amaya. I should have asked Juliet how to contact her before I left. I'm sure Juliet's asleep by now and I don't want to disturb her. Besides, it's not like I'm in a hurry. Taking my time, I try to see as much as I can. It's not crowded, but the preserve is far from empty too. There are just as many fabled as there are humans. Some I recognize, like a fawn and a dryad. I wonder if the trees make any of them feel like I do, if any of them have a story like I do, come from someplace far away like I do. They're kids too, human kids with their teachers, being led around by tour guides. Lots of them look excited to be here. I hope maybe they can learn to love it as well.
Ask some of the guides or instructors if they know who and where Amaya is. Some of them have no idea what I'm talking about. Some know her, but not know her location. I wonder who Amaya's gonna be. Yeah. Livy's comfy one is so cute. Finally, I find someone who's able to point me in the right direction. I end up back near where I started, near the edge of the river. Sure enough, the lady from before is there talking with another guest. I wait until they finish the conversation before I approach.
Excuse me.
Hi, how can I help you?
Oh, do you not get a Sprite?
A few weeks ago, you picked up a hurt bird from my friend Juliet. I was wondering if you could tell me where it is now.
Well, granted, Sprite is a lot of work, but...
Oh, right. That poor guy. I'm afraid the little fellow didn't make it.
Oh...
I think that when he took the tumble that hurt his leg, he must have hurt something inside him too.
Oh no.
Oh.
It's dead. I hadn't even thought about the possibility. This whole time I just assumed it'd be alive, that it had gotten better.
It's sad, but it's the way of nature sometimes. Mind if I ask how you were involved?
I found it. Naturally, she doesn't remember me being there.
I was the one who found it and brought it to Juliet's. I wasn't around when you picked it up, though.
Oh, right. Well, you can sleep easy and know that you did what you could.
That hurts, though. Oh, bird. Granted, yes, and if it had, if they had just not found it, it would have just probably been eaten by something in the wild as well. It would have probably died either way, but still. She sounds so casual about it. I guess she's probably experienced this a lot. Meanwhile, I don't know what to say. I just stand there, surprised. It was just a bird, sure, but that's still something. For the bird, it was everything. Amaya starts to walk away, but before she can leave, there's something I want to know. Something I've never given much thought to before, but that my recent time with Silver has made me wonder about.
Hey, I have a question.
Shoot.
Do you believe in fate?
She stares at me in mild shock. It's a weird thing to ask, I know, but I hold her gaze and don't back down.
Now there's a question.
Looking past me at the water, she takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly.
If you're asking if I think there's a world out there where that bird survives or never gets hurt to begin with, then sure, maybe. I'm not smart enough to know, but it's not this one. Destiny, luck, whatever you want to call it. Life's unfair, that's a fact. It doesn't care about any one of us. Sometimes you can do everything right and it just isn't enough. I don't think that's destiny personally. That's just being alive. Being here, doing what I can to help who I can. That's just me playing my part in life. If that's because some invisible force led me, then it doesn't change anything. Bigger picture or not, it's what I choose to do with my time right now. And I choose to believe that makes a difference.
That's a nice way of looking at it.
Hope that helps.
Sure.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Say hi to Juliet for me, will you?
Yeah, no problem.
Once again, she starts to walk away, and this time I don't stop her. Instead, I walk out to the nearby gazebo and sit down surrounded by quiet water. It is gazebo, right? I think that's one of those words I once tripped over. Yeah, it is. I think this one I actually learned through a fucking Tumblr post, because there was a Tumblr post like going, "What you mean gazebo is pronounced the way it is?" And then someone else was like, "Why? How do you pronounce?" And they were like, gaze bow, because the word gaze in there. And I was like, okay, good thing I never said that out loud. I would have done the exact same. Good evening, how you doing? Even though her reasoning was totally different, I can't help but think about how Maya pretty much said the same thing Silver did. It was just a bird, and that's just life. Silver who wanted to let her die, and Amaya who tried to help it live. I wonder how Silver would feel if she heard the news. I'm sure she'd pretend not to care, but she did follow me all the way back to the library just to see. You're in the grave. I can't. Come on. Why? Huh? Come on. It's gaze. I don't actually know what word it comes from. Like how did the word gazebo come to be? Like where are its roots? Relaxing in your backyard. The sunlight's just right. Oh man, that sounds nice. Here it's gotten so cold. Like on Monday. On Monday it was snowing, and then there was hail, and then the sun was shining again, and then there was more snow, and then there was a storm, and then it was once again hail, and then it was the sun again. I'm like, what? So now it's just very cold here. Even if you're in the sun, it's just not warm again yet. And I really, really need it to be warm. I am done with the cold weather. You gaze out at the wilderness from it. Yes, so wouldn't it make more sense to call it gazebo then? Than gazebo? On the other hand, Amaya didn't seem all that upset. I could tell she didn't know why it mattered to me. Like always, it's hard for me to answer that question myself. I know how nature works as well as either of them. I know better than to expect it to care. That doesn't mean I can't though. Even if no one else sees it, that bird was still as alive as we were. Maybe it didn't read books or drink coffee or watch TV, but it still existed. It ate and flew and sang. The forest on Mount Victoria will be a little more quiet from now on, even if nobody notices. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference myself, I know. It's not like that bird and I were friends. Still, whenever I go back, I'll think about it. I think about a tree that used to be its home, the nest that it'll never return to. Oh, it doesn't need to be like immediate change, but I would just like it to be like slowly raise the temperature and not go, I don't know, fucking 17 degrees one day to -4 the other. Like if it just slowly kept rising to 10, 12, 15, and we could go somewhere around there, that would be nice. Sighing, I stand up and start walking again. Despite how it turned out, I'm still glad I came to this place. Still glad it exists. It might not be perfect, but it's doing the best it can. The end of October arrives with a brisk morning chill. I take my time waking up, enjoying the comfortable warmth of my bed like always. Outside my window, the leaves and branches shake with the breeze, but they can't reach me in here. From downstairs, the warm smell of coffee wafts up, promising refreshments and energy. Something else drifts up too, something even better. The comfortable sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting in the dining room. How long has it been? Weeks at least. The past few times that Aspen has been here for breakfast, she's been too preoccupied to really have a good time. But even from up here, I can hear the sound of her laughter like a bell. Smiling, I get myself up and ready for the day. I hope October will take our worries with it as well. I head downstairs and we go through the usual smiles and greetings, plus the usual chit-chat as we eat. Eventually, we clear away our plates and just sit comfortably together like we used to.
So, Miho, today will be your first holiday, correct?
What?
Yep. The first one I've paid attention to at least.
Oh.
I don't really know what
Halloween is considered a holiday? Because the temperature of your room slightly. Please, I'm already freezing. I have my heater at 3 right now, and I'm wearing both knitted socks and a jacket and a long sleeve shirt already.
It depends, really. In some parts of the world, it's a time to honor the dead. In many others, it's simply a time to celebrate the season and have fun.
Most of the time it's about sweets and costumes.
Do you think we're gonna get...
Plenty of trick-or-treaters
Do you think they're
coming
gonna
by
wear
tonight.
costumes?
What's that?
It's where kids put on costumes and go door to door, and the people who live there hand out candy.
For free?
Yeah!
Don't get any ideas.
Too late.
I picked up
Cosplay!
some bags of candy earlier, so there will be plenty to give out. Halloween is usually a busy
Juliet, are you
night,
gonna
as
dress
said.
like a vampire?
Will the two of you be here? Or do you have other plans?
You only wear t-shirts. I freeze easily.
I took to wearing my winter coat again, actually. I had switched over to like a normal jacket, but I took to wearing my winter coat again when going outside because cold. Aspen and I look at each other and I shake my head.
I don't have anything else.
Neither do I. So I think it's safe to say we'll be around.
Wonderful. I'm looking forward to it. It's good to see you looking so well, Aspen. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Me too. I'm still not quite back to 100%, but I'm getting there.
Have you decided what you're going to do?
Not entirely. I've decided that I'll put aside writing for a while, though. At least writing for anyone other than myself. I think I need to remember why I started doing it in the first place. After that, maybe I can start to think about publishing again, and manuscripts. That could be in a month, or in a year, or even several years.
I mean, the good thing is that she has like the job at the coffee shop. So it's not like she immediately lost her income or anything because the thing with the book didn't work out. Another table, Aspen takes my hand.
For once, I'm not in any rush.
Juliet looks at us fondly. Compared to a couple days ago, she looks relieved. It's clear that I wasn't the only one who was worried about Aspen.
That's good. I hope you'll take all the time that you need.
The three of us make plans for the evening, settling on a time that we'll be back at the library. Juliet departs for bed, and Aspen and I remain at the table. Aspen slouches, looking up at the ceiling with a contented sigh.
I can't remember the last time I had a morning like this. Not just with you and Juliet, but where I don't wake up feeling like I've already fallen behind in the day.
That sounds good.
No plans, no obligations.
She squeezes my hand.
Just us.
I've missed days like that too.
I know I've said it, but I'm sorry for worrying the two of you so much. And for being so distracted all the time. And for several other things that I'm sure will come to mind soon.
I shake my head.
Don't be sorry. I know you were trying really hard because of how important writing is to you.
Yes, well, there are other things that are important too. I can't let myself miss out on all those. Like this.
Aspen leans over and kisses me on the cheek.
Okay. That is pretty important.
She loves.
Glad you agree. There was one thing I wanted to do today, actually. And I was hoping you would join me.
Of course. What is it?
Lesbians. Aspen stands up and fetches a couple heavy books that are sitting on a counter, bringing them over to where we are. I recognize them as coming from Aspen's apartment instead of being part of the library's collection. They make a heavy thud as she sets them on the table.
Something Mum and I used to do when I was a kid. Although it's been a few years now.
Okay. She takes one of the books and opens it up, flipping through the pages quickly but carefully. I watch from over her shoulder until she finally stops.
Here we are.
Woo! Near the middle of the book, there's something tucked into the pages. Aspen delicately lifts it up for me to see. Oh man, I love pressing flowers! Oh, we did that in grade school.
Ooh.
So much. And then I forced my grandma to like press many flowers. It's a flower, but it's flat and dry. The petals look as dry and delicate as the paper they were stuck between.
Every summer, we'd go out and pick flowers to press. Isn't it pretty?
It is.
She offers it to me and I take it very carefully. It's practically weightless and feels like it could blow out of my hands at any second.
We used to do it to celebrate the end of each school year. Although it's not quite the same, lately I've been reminded of that feeling. One chapter ending and another beginning.
You say that, but we're still in the we're still in chapter 4, by the way, girl. Wait, no, are we? Wait, hold on, I'm fucking this up, aren't I? Hold on, actually. Yeah, no, this is chapter 4. Chapter 4 is the very first one, like depending on who you get. But the first one in the route. The first 3 are main story, and then it's
depending on who you're romancing. But like, we're still in chapter 4. It's been 2 entire streams. We're still in chapter 4.
So, if you're up for it, I thought perhaps we could go find some flowers of our own.
So the chapter is not ending.
I'd love to.
Yeah!
Great! Let's be off then.
I let her lead the way outside. We search for a while looking for any flowers that Aspen thinks will work. There are plenty in people's gardens, but she says we're not allowed to take those. We try the park, the mountain, and even the sides of the roads, but nothing we find meets Aspen's standards. Finally, after going around a big chunk of town, we spot a hidden grove near the waterfront that seems perfect. There are several different types of flowers, all in bloom. We walk over and stop just at the edge of the patch.
These should do. What do you think?
Chapter ending 5 minutes now because you said it. I mean, it would be funny.
They look really pretty.
It would be
But I
so
thought about
funny.
The other ones we saw too.
I don't actually know how many chapters there are in this game.
It's not just about how pretty they are. They need to be the right shape and size as well.
There's at least 5. I'm assuming it's gonna be 5 actually for every route, because you get another one for beginning chapter 5 and then for achieving the different endings, so I'm assuming it's gonna be 5.
These ones check
Thank you
all
for
the
the fact.
boxes. Go ahead and choose some that look nice to you. Then you can snip off the tops with these.
She hands me a pair of scissors.
I don't know how to decide. They all look nice to me.
What you got there? A scissor? No!
It should be easy then. It's best if they're kind of flat though. Remember to only take the top so that the rest of the plant can grow back.
I watch her pick a couple so that I can make sure I'm doing it right. Aspen only chooses flowers that are in the middle of big patches instead of ones that are alone. After a bit, I went off to select my own. Both of us moved around carefully, making sure not to step on anything delicate. There's some that look like the ones Aspen already had in her book, which remind me of the flowers you can buy at the store. Sweet aroma isn't as strong as it would be if I were a fox, but it's still nice. The others that I've never seen before but catch my eyes, I'm deciding. Both kinds seem like they should work, so I'm not sure which to choose. Oh. Maybe those are the ones that Aspen is like. There's at least 5. When people ask how many Kingdom Hearts games there are. Ah, yes, the Kingdom Hearts books. Kingdom Hearts books? What? There are Kingdom Hearts books. I'm not even completely wrong, but I was trying to say the Kingdom Hearts games that I've definitely played before. I decide to go with the flowers that are similar to Aspen's. I think they look nice next to the ones she's carrying now and should fit right in with the ones that are already pressed. There's books. I mean, yeah. There is manga, and I am pretty sure there are light novels as well. And I think they are actually officially translated as well. The manga for sure. The light novels, I think I've seen before, yeah. Like extra stories connected to some of the games. I think like with lots of Japanese media, like even if it starts as video games, there's, especially when it starts as video games, there are manga and light novels. No one talks about light novels, but when are we getting heavy novels? Imagining what imitating what I saw Aspen do, I snip off a few buds and bundle them up, making sure not to crush or damage them. Then I rejoin Aspen, who's finishing up too. She inspects my collection.
Oh, those are beautiful. Good choice. Are you all set?
Yeah. Ready if you are.
The two of us return to the library and the book's waiting for us there.
So, how do we do this?
It's quite simple, really. There are lots of ways to press flowers, but this method is the easiest. All you have to do is take your book.
Aspen grabs one of the heavy books she brought and opens it to somewhere in the middle.
Put a piece of paper in here like this for the moisture.
She folds a plain sheet of paper in half and then slides it in where the pages meet.
Then you place your flowers on top and close the book. And that's it. Easy, right?
To demonstrate, she arranges a few of the buds she selected, spacing them out like cookies on a sheet. Once she's satisfied, she shuts the book.
Oh, I can do that.
I
take one of the others and repeat the process. When I close the front cover, the pages smoosh down the colorful flowers. Aspen puts both books side by side on the counter.
How long does it take? Should we come back later?
Oh no, you keep those in there for quite a while.
Longer than that. A few days, if not weeks. We want to get all the water squeezed out.
That long?
Yes.
I'm afraid so. Mum always said that the waiting was half the fun, because it gave you something to look forward to.
I'm not sure about that.
I tend to agree. There is a certain charm to it, though. I first learned about pressing flowers when I bought a book from a second-hand store that had a few left behind by a previous owner. They must have forgotten all about the flowers. They were bone dry, even more than the ones I showed you, and they'd stained the pages. They were still beautiful, though, and made my copy unique. I left them in there to this day on my shelf. It seemed wrong to remove them after so long.
Aw.
What do you do with the ones you make?
Decorate, mostly. They make for nice accessories, or bookmarks, or even look nice on their own.
Oh, I wonder if that will work. I do not know enough about resin. Like, I do watch people craft with resin a lot, but I don't actually know if that works. But do you think you could use dried flowers and put them, like, encase them in resin? To make like a thin, like if you make a very thin layer, and then make a bookmark out of those. That would be nice.
I can't wait to see.
Me either. Here, there are still a few left.
Aspen and I each have a couple flowers remaining, so she grabs another book and opens it up. She flips through the pages, getting closer to the middle, and then suddenly stops. Nestled alongside a few flowers, there's a folded up paper with Aspen's name on it.
What's that?
She stares silently for a long time and then gently removes everything. The flowers are almost entirely brown and fragile, except for a few splotches of white on the petals. Aspen sets them aside.
It looks like I did some forgetting too. I must have put these here years ago.
What about the paper?
There's another sheet in there and everything set on top of, so the one with her name must not be the one to suck up the water. She gently removes the page in question. It's stained brown like the flowers and sticks as she tries to take it out, but eventually gives way. It crackles in her hands as she turns it over a few times. Carefully unfolding it, Aspen holds the paper where she can read it.
It was a letter to my future self. I used to write them occasionally. Most got lost or thrown out ages ago, but it figures that I'd find one here and now.
What's it say?
I'm a little afraid to find out.
Paper, you love eating that stuff. She clears her throat.
Dear Miss Benoit.
And now playing the girl reading this. She gives me a sidelong glance.
I wish I just used my first name. I can't tell you how tired I am of reading letters that start like that. Anyway, I am writing this on the evening of my 13th birthday. In case you have forgotten, today I began writing my first novel. By the time that you read this, I expect that you have half a dozen or more complete aside from this one.
Again, Aspen looks at me.
As you can see, I used to be even more obnoxious when it came to writing. Mother suggested that I compose this letter in order to look back and reflect on how far I have come. I'm keeping my goals modest so that I might surprise myself in the future. Right now, there are many questions that I have. What was university like? Have you gotten married yet? How many other famous authors have you met? Have you made more friends? I hope that you have moved to a bigger city. Mother says someday I will appreciate our town more, but I don't believe her. There is not a single thing that I will miss from here after I've left, other than my parents, of course. I have been looking at possibilities for studying abroad when I am older, and am focusing on my academics to help facilitate that. When you read this, I wonder if you will remember writing it. I hope that you are laughing about how much better your life is than I am imagining now. Yours truly, Aspen Benoit.
After she finishes reading the letter aloud, Aspen silently reads it a few more times. Then she places it back where it came from, alongside the dry flowers and the rest that we picked together. Then she closes the book.
Young Aspen got a few things right and a few things wrong, it seems. I'm over half a dozen books late, apparently. Modest goals, indeed.
You were 13!
I don't really remember writing that particular letter. At least not too clearly. But for all the wishes that didn't come true, and all the things that I'm sure past me would be disappointed in current me for, it does make me smile to read it again.
I think that's the most important part.
I quite agree. It might not be the future I was imagining, but still, I wouldn't trade the present I have for anything.
Aspen and I clean up the leaves and trim stems, sweeping them into the garbage. Then we stack the books and put them up on a high shelf where they'll be safe and out of the way. We both stare up at them, full of memories, new and old.
That's enough of the past, for now. Come on, we have a whole day to enjoy.
Aspen places a hand on my shoulder and kisses my cheek and then leads me out of the kitchen. I follow her out into the bright sunlight.
Right behind you.
Yep. As the day winds down and starts to get darker, a light breeze starts to pick up. Not enough to be cold, but enough to make me glad I have my jacket. Aspen, Juliet and I sit out on the front porch with the lights on, watching the road.
How long until people start showing up?
Depends.
Soon, I'd imagine. The early evening is when most trick-or-treating
I've not gone
begins.
trick-or-treating a lot in my life. And the few times I did, I would always, for some reason or another, get yelled at by at least one person. One time I got yelled at by an old lady. Because we, like, not even for ringing her doorbell. Like, we rang her doorbell, we were like, hi, happy Halloween, trick-or-treat. And she was like, oh, get out of here with that stuff, and closed the door. And I'm like, okay, damn. Right? Not everyone enjoys that. That's fair. So we move on to the neighboring house and ring the doorbell. Please keep in mind that it was like 7:30 in the evening, like not even 8 p.m. yet. Like, that's a very normal time where I would imagine some people are maybe even still having their dinner. We go to ring the doorbell. The family, the father opens and we're like, hi, happy Halloween, blah blah blah. And he's like, oh, sorry, we don't have candy to give out. And then his wife starts, like, also being like, oh, who's this? And we're like, hi, happy Halloween. And then the old lady from next door comes by. I was like, how dare you? Why would you ring the doorbell at this hour? Do you not know that they have a small child that should be asleep? You woke him up now. And we're like, huh? What? It wasn't her house. The people we rang the doorbell at opened the door and they were like, sorry, we don't actually have any treats. They did not complain that we woke up the child or anything. But the old lady is just straight up yelling, being way louder than we were with just, you know, ringing the doorbell. And she just kept going on. And the friends I was with, they were like, oh my god, what should we do? And I just said, well, we leave. She's obviously not listening. And I started walking away. They're like, you can't just leave. I'm like, yes, I can. I don't know this woman. I don't know why she's so... We don't have candy and just hand you $20. Oh, that would be nice.
They'd better hurry before Miho eats all the candy.
Can't argue with that.
But yeah. So, I haven't gone to many of the trick-or-treatings since then. I unwrap another piece and stuff it into my mouth, shoving the paper into my pocket with a bunch of others.
Maybe if you go knocking on doors, you could convince people you're a kid in a costume too. That way you could get your own candy.
Why are you guys not even dressed up?
Do you think that would work?
It's hard to talk with my mouth full of chocolate and caramel.
No, but it's funny to imagine.
Here's the deal, you let me taste your hair because I think it's made out of candy, and I give you, I don't know, just want to see if it's candy or not. As I've told you before, no matter how tasty it may look, it is not actually candy.
Oh, look! Here come a few of them now.
Sure enough, a group of 3 kids appears at the bottom of the hill and start making their way up towards us. I stand up, the giant bowl in my hands.
Oh, how cute!
One of the kids has a white sheet draped over them with big holes cut out for the eyes. The other 2 are dressed like characters I've seen on TV. Aww! A few of them hold out open pillowcases, and I toss a handful of candy into each one.
Here you go.
The one with the big eyes goes even more wide-eyed.
Whoa, that's a lot. Thanks a bunch.
Yeah, no problem.
Wait, was it? Should I take some back?
Aspen swats at me
You
gently.
can't do that.
3 kids hurry off, probably afraid that I really was going to reach in and reclaim some of the candy. I sit back down.
How much am I supposed to give them?
Usually a piece or 2, but it's not a problem. We still have several.
Julia probably bought like an entire car full of candy just to give out.
Great.
Tell me it's not candy. No, it's not. I assure you, it is not. Please do. Please do not attempt to eat my hair. Please. I grab another piece for myself and munch on it.
Well, in that case...
Aspen reaches over and picks out a couple candies for herself too. No, don't eat my hair. Stop. I need the orange part. It isn't long before the next batch of kids show up with another close behind them. The second group even has some parents accompanying them. It gets later and later, but more kids start arriving rather than less. I hand out candy until my arm gets tired and Aspen takes over. More than once, Juliet has to go inside and get more bags of candy to refill the bowl.
This is more work than the library on a busy day.
Even my first day of work when Aspen helped me run the desk felt less busy than this evening does. But also, it's a lot of fun. Many of the kids have creative costumes and I even recognize some of the characters they're dressed as. The less creative costumes are still cute too, and it's nice seeing so many happy smiles as they all walk away. It's not until the moon is high in the sky that the trick-or-treaters stop showing up. You can still hear the occasional whoop and shout from the streets nearby, but no one else comes up to the path. The big bowl of candy is nearly empty, with less than a full layer left behind. A bunch of empty bags fill one of the recycling bins. In the end, we managed to go through all the candy Juliet bought. That's a lot! After about 10 minutes without any more kids, we finally get up from the porch.
I believe we can call it a night.
Sure!
That was certainly the busiest Halloween I've ever been a part of.
Really? I didn't know if that was normal or not.
For Welly, maybe. But I don't get many trick-or-treaters at my apartment. And back home, there are like maybe 5 kids in town at any given time.
More candy for you.
Speaking of which, I hope I can count on the 2 of you to finish off the leftovers we have here.
Oh, you don't even have to ask.
You don't even have to ask.
Imagine it would be a problem that would scare the shit out of people who come out. Oh! Yeah, I've seen videos of that before. I feel like it's funny to look at, but also some people probably get scared, like, for real. I have become one with the characters, yeah!
I'd better take what I can before Miho claims it all for herself, shouldn't I?
I'm very proud of myself whenever I say the same thing the game then ends up saying the next line.
Not if I beat you to it anyway.
Laughing, the three of us clean everything up and then finally head back inside the library.
That was quite fun, but I do think I'm ready for bed. Is something wrong?
Something's wrong? I barely register her words. Something is wrong, but I don't know what. As soon as I walk through the front door, I can tell, but I can't place what it is.
Miho?
Both of them stop walking, watching me with concern. Finally, it hits me.
It's cold.
Uh-oh.
It's cold.
Anyone left a window open? It doesn't take me long to spot the source. One of the windows near the shelves, not far from Aspen's usual table, is wide open. The curtain flutters with the breeze. The 2 of them follow my line of sight.
Oh, did we forget to close this?
I don't think you, of all people, would forget to close a window.
But then, that doesn't make sense, does it? Why would we have just opened one of the windows?
We wouldn't. That window was definitely shut earlier.
Uh-oh.
It's Halloween. Maybe some kid snuck in here as a prank. Is anything missing?
The three of us look around, inspecting the shelves, front desk, and everything in between. If something's gone, it's not immediately visible.
I can't see anything out of the ordinary.
Me either.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Something still doesn't sit right with me.
I'm gonna go look upstairs.
The other two follow behind me. Juliet goes to check her office, but it appears untouched. Aspen waits at the top of the stairs watching. Meanwhile, I go to my room. Grabbing the handle, I push the door open and turn on the lights. Like, if it just turns out that Silver for some reason snuck in, that would be fine. But I don't think she would do something like that. I think she would at least attempt to just go through the door like a normal person. I can hardly believe what I see. My window is open too. My bed sheets and pillows are strewn across the floor like someone climbed across the bed. What few other possessions I have are also scattered around the room as if a tornado had blown through.
Miho? Is something amiss?
Oh, who would break in to our room? I can hear them both hurrying my way as I remain frozen in the doorway. Behind me, Aspen gasps as she gets a glimpse of my room.
Who? Why?
I have a feeling I already know the answer to one of those questions, but not the other. Stepping inside, I mechanically pick up my things and put them back where they belong. Everything is here except for...
My scroll!
No. Oh. The little piece of paper, the only belonging that I really care about, is nowhere to be seen. I check under my bed and in every nook and cranny just to be sure, but it's gone. That fact is all the confirmation I need.
I'll be back.
I push my way past Aspen and Juliet's shocked faces and dash back downstairs. Why, though? Both Aspen and Juliet shout after me as I barrel out of the library, but I ignore them both. The instant I'm outside, I transform and keep running. There's no question or doubt as to who took my scroll. The question is why. As angry as I could be, I force myself to stamp that feeling down at least until I know Silver's reasons. The path to Mount Victoria is more crowded than I've ever seen it. Both the roads and sideways are full of people, mostly parents with their kids. Some of them point or cheer as I run past, but I don't give them a second thought. None of them try to stop me or get in my way. By the time I climb the mountain and reach Silver's part of the forest, it's dark. She isn't in any of her usual spots, but I can sense that she isn't far away. Racing through the darkness, I keep my nose near the ground, hot on her trail. Then, suddenly, just like last time, I find her. She moves in the darkness, a patch of shadow that's a different color than the rest. Her bead glows as vibrant as ever, illuminating her wrist. Meanwhile, ours is not glowing very much at all. It shines on the unfolded paper in her hand. Like always, she waits with her back to me.
So you came.
Of course I did. Give me back my scroll.
I keep my distance but reach out my hand. She's just a few steps away. Tilting her head to look up at the starry sky. Starry sky. No, not the sky. The trees. I follow her gaze upwards and realize something. I've been here before. I recognize this tree. It's the one the bird fell from. That makes me pause. Has she been wondering about it all this time? Is this her way of asking? She did follow me all the way home. I soften my voice, but know that I may as well be blunt.
It died, you know. They weren't able to save it.
Her posture doesn't change, but by the subtle light of her bracelet, I can see her fingers clench the edge of my scroll more tightly.
I met the woman who rescued it. She said the same thing that you did. That's just how nature is.
Silence. Gritting my teeth, I try to contain my growing frustration. Normally I can tolerate her silence, but tonight, instead of just coming to talk like she knows I would, she steals my most beloved possession and makes me chase her out here. Also, she can ignore me.
Don't you have anything to say? You must have come here for a reason, didn't you?
More silence. Not even a breeze disturbs it. Finally, I've had enough. I step forward, snapping a branch beneath my shoes.
Hey! Answer me, damn it! Stop acting like you don't care about anything!
That gets her attention. She looks at me over her shoulder, face hidden except for her eyes, and then faces me.
Were you to happen upon another burn, more broken than the first, would you still try to save it?
Of course.
Even knowing that your effort is likely to be futile?
You won't know unless you try.
Yeah, even then. At least there's a chance it would work out.
You speak like a human, fighting
Like,
against
that's at least the way I see it.
death.
I won't know until I try. I can try and fail and then know, hey, at least I tried. I cannot try and never know if it could have worked out. Thank you for the pet.
While we could watch the river of life from its shores, you choose to struggle upstream. Why?
Why? Because otherwise it all just passes by. I did what you said and watched from the shores for so long because I didn't even think about joining it. But once I did, once I let someone pull me in, I realized I like it more this way. It's hard sometimes. I haven't even been trying that long, but those hard times just help me appreciate the good ones more. Or even at all. There's someone I met who was also afraid of getting hurt, and someone else who was afraid of just passing by. They showed me that those are parts of life too, just like death is for a lot of people. Who cares about living forever if you don't care about being alive? Immortal or not, it's all we have. You and me, my friends, that bird, it's the same for all of us. I could have run away. I thought about it a million times. It would have been a lot easier than staying. But I did stay. And so now, someone took a chance on me once too. Even if I wouldn't have died, they still saved my life in a way. I thought it would be impossible for someone like me, like you and me, that it wasn't even worth the effort to try and change things. But I was wrong. And I'm glad that I was. And so that's why I do the same thing all over again, with the bird. Because if there's even a chance, it's worth trying.
Although I don't say it, I can't help but think even talking like this is something relatively new for me. Unlike Silver, who talks more like Aspen's old books most of the time. It just goes to show that there are lots of different paths our lives could have taken, but they both brought us here together. While Silver's still thinking about what I said, her eyes suddenly go wide at the same time that I feel something warm on my neck. Oh! It's glowing again! Holding my necklace where I can see it, both Silver and I just stare as my bead brightens before our eyes. The glow intensifies to the point that Silver has to shield her eyes and look away, although somehow it doesn't bother me. I also watch as another eyelash thin crack appears and then another. For a moment I half expected it to just shatter, but it stops after the third crack, still holding itself together. The light from it also dims a little bit, but it's still brighter than it was. When I let go and it falls back against my neck, my bead feels heavier than normal too. Silver's able to look at me again, and though the shock has faded from her expression, her eyes still stay fixed on my bead. She loves, but is humorless. Shaking her head, she continues to stare at my necklace instead of my eyes.
I had hoped that by looking at this, I might be able to learn your secret. Some magic spell or incantation that you had invoked.
Why, you know old Korean?
At the very least, I thought I might understand. Even as I read it, I thought that I must be missing something. For what meaning
Oh, she can?
such simple instructions hold? Even as you arrived here, I hope that perhaps you would reveal some.
She can actually read. What does it say? Because we can actually read the scroll.
So golden was your light as I approached your library that I thought it must be someone else. So bright that I could see it clearly. The same color as the person close to you. Now, I don't know if I should be disappointed or not to find there is no secret to these words. Is there?
Holding my scroll in front of her face the same way I held my necklace, her eyes glide across the characters.
수복강령. Please be happy.
Oh! Woo!
What simple nonsense.
Shut the fuck up!
And yet, how could I deny that you've taken it to heart when your very aura tells me your truth?
It's all I can do to blink, to breathe, to stay standing upright as the world narrows to just the two of us, all awareness of anything else falling away from me. Confusion is just as plain on Silver's face at my reaction as I struggle to speak.
You can read it? That's what it says?
After years of looking and trying to understand, and she can read it just like that? Silver, who says she cares nothing for people in their lives or culture? I'm not the only one stunned. The parchment falls from Silver's hand and she drops it in shock. It flutters to the ground and stays there, even as a budding breeze starts to blow. The shock changes into understanding, and then Silver laughs again. Really laughs, for the first time I've ever seen. Her usual dignified and threatening poise is gone, and she laughs so hard that it echoes around the woods. Clutching her chest is all she can do to remain upright as she acts like she's heard the world's funniest joke. Still, just like earlier, I'm not sure there's any humor in it. Finally, with a groan, she retrieves my scroll and then straightens up, wiping her eyes.
You're serious, aren't you? You never knew what it said before now.
No! I shake my head.
I would call you a liar if you were anyone else.
Listen, until a few months ago she didn't even know how to read.
You've made a fool of me without even trying. Or rather...
And that, like, now she can read English. She still can't read Korean.
I thought your glow was the result of those words. But... you achieved that by yourself. Whatever it is you feel, it's something you've learned on your own, isn't it? You truly believe all the things you said.
Maybe not on my own. I had a lot of help along the way. But yeah, I mean it.
That's
Every
sweet.
word.
I reach out a hand again, taking a step forward, then another, and another. I stop just in front of Silver. All she has to do is take the final step forward. I don't demand anything, just reach. She eyes my hand warily, like a stray dog trying to decide if it should trust someone. I hold my breath, waiting. With a rustle, she pushes the paper into my hand and then backs away, looking at the ground.
Your path is different than mine. We may have more in common than I once thought, but I still cannot follow behind you.
That's fair.
Though I can understand why you walk it.
Wow. I nod.
And I understand why you said no. I hope you change your mind someday.
Perhaps. Although, I do not think we'll meet again.
No?
Wait, why not? Are you leaving?
Soon. I don't know when. I haven't decided. But I made up my mind before I ever visited your library.
Oh,
You're disappointed.
Yes.
I am. You're the first other Gumio I've ever known. You're like... family, I guess. Didn't you call us sisters before?
Silver blushes, avoiding her eyes.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Then that's what we are.
That's simple, is it?
It really is.
Silver shakes her head and looks around, regaining a bit of her standoffish composure. This is about the time when she typically transform and run away.
At least tell me before you leave, okay? When
Nope. She hesitates but then agrees.
Fine. Goodbye, Miho.
Goodbye.
Bye, Silver.
She walks toward me rather than away and comes to a stop right beside me. We both face in different directions. Slowly she raises a hand and awkwardly pats me on the shoulder just once. By the time I turn my head to look at her, all that I can see is a disappearing gleam of silver fox fur as she blends into the night. I'm alone, but I don't feel alone. And she said she doesn't have a name. Miho is free to call her anything she wants, and then Miho was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna keep calling you Silver then, because that's what I already named her in my mind. And she was like, anything, but like, don't ever call me that again. But, you know, we keep doing it, and she hasn't said anything against it, so... Looking at my scroll, there are a few new creases from where Silver held onto it, but they don't mess up the writing or anything. It's just another record of what we've been through together. The breeze from before picks up, making the paper flutter in my grip, and I use two hands to hold it. Seeing without reading, I let my eyes wander over the familiar characters. It's funny.
All this time spent not knowing what they said just to find I've lived by them all along. Or at least I've started to. Happiness? That's a new one for me too, I think. Another abstract concept that didn't seem meant for me, but like everything else it got easy along the way. I roll my scroll back up and store it safely in my pocket. The woods are dark as I walk through them, but I'm not afraid. The shining light of my beat brightens the path leading my way back home. Hey, chapter 5! Stray thoughts? Woohoo! Well, it was a little more than 5 minutes, but hey! The familiar jingle of the bell house's door greets me as I walk in for what could be the last time. Once Aspen starts working at the new location next week, I won't have much reason to visit this one anymore. Oh, she took the one! She took the position where she's gonna be store manager. Ooh, thank you for the pen and hydrate time. 1 second. The scent of baking bread and brewing coffee mixed with the clean earthiness of all the plants is something that I'll miss too.
Hey, welcome to the Bell House.
Hey! How's your asking out your crush thing going, girl?
Oh, it's Miho.
It is me. Oh.
Hey, Lena.
She tilts her head over her shoulder to yell back towards the kitchen.
Aspen, your girlfriend's here.
There's a muffled sound from the back and a couple of the other patrons turn to look at the source of the shout. Lena ignores them entirely.
She'll be right out.
Who asked her crush out? I am waiting for Lena to actually ask her crush out.
Thanks.
Lena will also be moving over to the new location when it opens. Aspen told me she got to pick which staff member she wanted to invite to the new store, but she doesn't want Lena to know that. She'd never live it down. Since there's no one else in line, I lean against the counter to talk with Lena while I wait for Aspen.
I was just thinking about how I'm gonna miss this place. It must be like that for you too, right? I don't know. I haven't thought about it too much. Maybe I'll miss it when I get there. But why get a head start on that when I've still got another week here?
I like her way of thinking.
Good point.
I'm sure Lena and I have different feelings about the Bell House anyway. I have a lot of special treasured memories here. Why don't you ask your crush out? I don't have one. Why would I ask someone out who doesn't exist? But for her, it's just part of her routine, kind of like how the library is important to both Aspen and me, but not in the same way. Aspen herself comes out from the kitchen carrying a small plate with a strawberry croissant on it. Lena locks on instantly.
We still got croissants left?
No, that's the last one!
Not anymore. I was saving this one for Miho.
Damn! Ooh. Girlfriend privileges.
Wow. Abusing your powers already?
Croissant!
It's not the first time. Besides, I've noticed we go through.
I went out
green
to buy a
muffins
croissant.
Suspiciously fast when you're working the counter.
Oh, dang it. I thought I was being sneaky.
Ah!
Not sneaky enough. So shh.
Aspen puts a finger on her lips as she hands me the illicit treat.
Wow, it's been forever since I've had stolen food.
It's not stolen. It's just selectively available.
I mean, yeah, what do they do with stuff that they don't sell by the end of the day? They have to throw it out, right? Might as well eat it.
Right. I'm gonna go select something available from the rack myself. See you later, Miho.
Sure.
Bye, Lena.
I love her, she's so funny. Sure enough, she plucks a muffin from the display case and away to the back of the store. I take a bite of my croissant, getting strawberries and cream all over my hand. It's as messy as it is delicious. Aspen reaches up and wipes away a dollop of cream from my nose.
Go sit down and I'll bring you something to drink. What would you like?
Surprise me.
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to do that.
I want to, though. What'll you have?
Well, another foxtail latte, please.
Ooh.
Of course. I don't even have to ask.
It is my drink, after all.
Yes, I'm well aware. And I'll have it right out.
I carry my croissant to my favorite seat by the window and sit down, enjoying the familiar view. It's changed a bit since I first sat down here half a year ago, but it's still mostly the same on the outside. With only a couple of weeks left until the new year, people bustle about outside trying to make the best of what's left of this one. I think I've begun to understand why it's important to people, why it's worth numbering the years when you only get to see so many of them. I spot Aspen approaching, carrying a drink in each hand. I move my plate out of the way to make room for her as she sits down.
Here you are, a foxtail latte for its namesake.
Thank you.
Thanks! It's delicious!
You haven't even tried it yet.
I know it will be.
So? I don't need to. I just know.
It has been a hit with the customers too, I must say. More than any of the other beverages I've created. Clearly I have my wonderful muse to thank for that.
Is the foxtail latte the one she made that one time with the, like, actually melted dark chocolate?
That's why I get them for free forever, right?
Or as long as I'm working here at least. You know, maybe Lena was a little bit right about me abusing my powers.
Oh, you would never do that.
I won't tell her you said that.
Good.
There's a growing list of things not to tell Lena. Aspen takes a sip of her own drink and looks impressed.
Damn, that is good.
She removes the lid to let it cool, which isn't something I've ever seen her do before.
What are you doing after this? I'm only on a 5, by the way.
That's fine. I'll probably just head back to the library. I don't have much else to do today.
Jealous?
Why? What about you?
I'm only working half my shift here today. After lunch, I'm going to the new store to help Regina with some final inspections, and then doing interviews for new hires. It's a lot.
You're doing all of that in one day?
There aren't that many days left. We should have been done with hiring already, but one person changed his mind last minute. So now...
She trails off and ends with a sigh, a combination I know all too well.
Well, I could go on, but I won't. Who would have thought opening a brand new restaurant would be so much work?
Yeah, who would have guessed? Although she laughs, I can't help but be a little concerned. Although it's been over a month since Aspen decided to take a break from writing, it's still way too soon for her to be overworking herself again.
Are you sure you're gonna be alright? I mean, you're gonna be this busy until it opens, right?
Alright, enjoy dinner! Thanks for coming by.
If not busier, yes. It won't be fun, but I'll manage.
I've heard that one before, you know.
I know. I mean it though. Really. The soft opening is in 10 days. Even after that, there'll be plenty to do. Maybe more than there is now. But eventually, things will settle down. And I don't have to sell my soul in the process too.
Alright.
That's the big difference. I can handle being tired. It was the dread and anxiety that I couldn't take.
Compared to before, there's something different in the way Aspen speaks. When she would talk about her writing and how she felt, it was obvious that even she didn't believe the words she was saying. But now I can tell from the light in her eyes that she means it.
Okay. You're pretty determined, huh?
I am. It felt good to make my mind up about something. I want to give it my very best, so that I can feel good when I look back on it too. Besides, I'd say that growing the new Bell House into Wellington's most popular cafe would be a more than adequate way to be remembered. But I'll settle for it being a hidden gem too.
New stream time, back with the best gig. Yeah, that's me. Back with Please Be Happy. We're actually in a new chapter finally.
As long as you're selling strawberry croissants and foxtail lattes, I don't see how it could be anything else.
And because you missed it like 5 minutes ago, but we finally found out what it says on the scroll. I could not tell you what it is in Korean because I already forgot, but the translation is just please be happy. So, you know, her person back then gave her a scroll that said please be happy. It says roll credits. Yeah. Like the Dragon Warriors go from Kung Fu Panda. Oh no, not actually. There is some text on it.
Hopefully. Word of mouth from the first few days will be very important. If we fail to make a good first impression, then it could be hard to recover.
And we're really like friends with Silva now, though Silva is leaving, so we probably will never see her again. At least, you know, not during the course of the game, but we're sisters now.
You're worrying too much. Everyone already loves the Bell House. I'm sure they'll love yours too.
Me? Worry too much? No way.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're probably right. Besides, I have a great team too.
Mhm.
With their help, I'm sure it'll turn out okay.
That's more like it. You and Lena are gonna do great.
I can't let her show me up after all, especially as the store manager.
Oh.
God, I really am starting to sound like her.
That's another one for the list, right?
Naturally.
Speaking of Lena, I need to get back to work. I'm busy this afternoon, but I'm free tomorrow after work.
Sure.
I'm always free when you are.
It's a date then.
We say goodbye with a kiss like usual before Aspen has to leave. I finish up the last couple bites of my croissant on my own, watching out the window. At one point, even the bell house wasn't here. I don't know what was, but it's hard for me to picture it as anything else. Why do you keep... Every time they have the text box up there on the left, I cry a little because it's right behind my fucking microphone. I can't see. So if you're ever wondering why I keep doing this, it's because I'm trying to read around my microphone. At one point, it was just someone's dream, an idea or a half-formed concept. It took a lot to turn that into the little restaurant that I know and love today. For the new Bell House, Aspen will be responsible for the start of its story, for making it more than just a dream. I have a lot of faith in her, though. Aspen's great at stories. Seeing her enthusiasm and determination return is such a relief. The path forward is clear, at least for now. I'm glad for her, I really am. Still, I can't help but wish I had something like that for myself too. A goal to work towards or a dream to fulfill. At first, Julie let me work at the library so that I could have some structure in my everyday life and to get more used to being around other people, but that's not something I need as much anymore. I don't mind my job, but the fact that I'm here right now and come and go whenever I feel like it kind of... Who the fuck is... Hold on. The fuck? You know, for once it was not me ordering food that arrived on stream, you know? But... No, someone rang my doorbell and I opened the door and they came up the stairs, but they apparently didn't want to, like, reach me, so I'm assuming whoever it was rang the wrong door. Like, for once, it's not actually me sneakily ordering food. What the fuck? The hell? Alright. What was I in the middle of saying? I don't remember. I don't mind my job, but the fact that I'm here right now and come and go whenever I feel like it kind of proves that what I do there isn't 100% necessary. Still, it's home. It's a place to go back to while I figure out what's next. So after cleaning up my trash and finishing my drink, that's exactly what I do. At breakfast, Juliet and I set up the table and she prepares a place for 3 people like usual.
I forgot to tell you. Aspen won't be here today.
Ah!
Oh, I see. Is everything all right?
How bad would it be if it was a late food order? I mean, I don't think anything is gonna top the KFC order from that Sunday. I don't think anything's gonna top that anytime soon.
busy. She said she doesn't know how often she'll be able to come by until the new Bell House opens.
I'm just going to assume that maybe one of my neighbors had ordered food and the person just rang the wrong doorbell, but they just left again, so I have no fucking idea.
I understand. She must have a lot of responsibilities to take care of right now.
Mm-hmm. I was worried about how much work she has to do. I still am. But she's pretty confident in herself. So maybe it'll be okay.
It's only natural that you'd be concerned. You care about her a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's glad that you worry about her, even when she tells you not to. I have faith in her too. When Aspen puts her mind to something, she's unstoppable. One of my earliest memories with her came from her first visit to the library, when she was trying to find a certain book on the shelves. Only it wasn't there, because I was reading it at the time and had it in my room.
Ah!
She asked if she could borrow it, promising to return it the next day. I told her she could take more time with it, but she stayed up all night reading it and brought it back like she promised. It wasn't a short book by any means either. I imagine she's treating her new role with similar focus and determination, which is why I'm sure she'll succeed in the end.
Yeah, you're right. I can't spend all my time worrying about her. I have to trust her to live her life too. Even though I said that last time, I understand it better this time.
That's good. It can be a difficult lesson to learn.
That's for sure.
Juliet laughs and then we start to eat. It's a little quiet without Aspen or even the sound of her silverware, especially since for Juliet, having a meal is entirely symbolic anyway. I try to eat fast just to get it over with. When you finish and clean up, Juliet lingers around the kitchen for a bit. In that way, that means she has something to say. Sure enough, once everything else is down, she clears her throat.
Miho, there's something
Thank you for the
wanted
butter
to
check.
ask you.
Sure. What's up?
Earlier this morning, I saw that I'd received a reply to a message that I never
Thank you for the
expected to be
pet.
answered. A couple months ago, I managed to find someone online that I thought might be related to your friend Zhongying, and reached out to confirm. They never got back to me, and so I didn't mention it to you.
And thank you for the
But
binary.
then today,
Good evening, Hannah. How are you
she
doing?
finally responded and said that yes, they are distant relatives. She said that if you'd like to talk with her, she'd be happy to tell you a bit about Zhongying, or at least what she knows.
You good? You okay? That's good to hear.
Is that something you'd like to do?
Oh. Wow. I guess you wouldn't be shocked that I never even thought about them maybe having a family.
I mean, frankly, you didn't fully register that your person would have probably died several centuries ago for the longest time as well.
I thought that might be the case. You're welcome to think about it and get back to me later.
In my mind, Zhongying was always alone, but with me. They belonged to the forest and to the rest of the world equally. But it makes sense that they weren't really alone, that they had people who loved them too. It hits me that there's so much I don't know about Zhongying. Really, I barely know anything. Every minute shared with me only represented a very small part of their life. In a sense, they may as well be a stranger. I'm a little afraid that knowing more about them could change how I feel about them too. But I decide that's a risk I'm willing to take. I'd rather know more about who they really were.
Nah, I don't need to. I'd like to talk to her.
It's nice. Give me a second.
You want a Pikachu? Pikachu! Bega bega. Bega.
Wonderful. I'll let her know then. I believe she's in America, so our times are fairly different. Shall I see if tomorrow evening would work?
Sure, that sounds good. Thanks. And thanks for tracking her down and messaging her in the first place.
It's my pleasure. It's what I specialize in, after all. I'll let you know tonight if I hear back from her.
Okay. I'm going to see Aspen when she gets off work, but I'll be back sometime this evening.
I'll see you then. Have a great day, Mio.
Have a good sleep.
There's a lot that I'm looking forward to talking about with Aspen today. I set myself up in a library and take care of my chores like usual, but it's hard to think about anything else. The afternoon sunshine draws us to the park once Aspen gets off work, instead of staying indoors at her apartment or the library. She tells me all about her day at work, and in exchange I tell her about my upcoming haul.
Wow! Juliet's incredible, isn't she? I had no idea she was setting that up.
Me either. It was a total surprise. She said she sent the message a long time ago, though, and it took months before she got a response.
Well, I can certainly empathize with that. At least in this case, the response turned out to be a good one.
Hopefully. I'm a little bit nervous, though.
About what?
Just about what they might say. What if it turns out Changyin is totally different from what I thought? What if they were actually a terrible person?
Then that would be true whether you knew it or not. They do say ignorance is bliss for a reason. If I were you, though, I would want to know the truth no matter what.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe someday I'll be able to do something without worrying about it the whole time.
If you figure out the secret, let me know. Lena sure isn't sharing it. I think she's somewhere around here too. At least she mentioned that before she clocked out.
Oh yeah, when's the play gonna happen?
Is that why we're here?
Not at all. I adore Lena, but I'll be spending more time with her than without her for the next month. I just wanted to appreciate fresh air before I forget what it's like.
Put a ton of plants in your bell house too. Did you know that plants help us breathe? I just learned that on TV.
I was aware, but I'm glad for you. Plants are on the list though. I also want to put in a reading corner with a small library for people to browse while they visit.
No.
Regina's allowing me to set it up and decorate how I see fit, so I'm being as self-indulgent as I can.
A cafe with a library in it? That sounds perfect for you. Where would you get the books from? Juliet?
I was planning to ask her for some, yes. As well as a few from my own collection, and Lena's, and anyone else who'd like to donate. Maybe Juliet would even let us share books, so you can return them at either place.
I mean, if it wasn't so much a struggle to actually be allowed to open a cafe or restaurant, anything that actually handles food.
How would you keep track of it?
But that's
Would
not
you
an
hire someone to do
easily
it?
accessible thing. To just be like, oh, I'll just open my own cafe with books.
Well, I happen to know a certain someone who's very experienced in that position. But no, we would simply have to use the honor system, like Juliet used to.
Add the scroll to it. Yeah,
I
baby.
still don't get how she doesn't worry about people stealing them. I mean, I do, but I don't.
I think it makes sense. Maybe it's even impossible to steal from a library. After all, they're meant for sharing books. If you take one home and give it to a friend instead of returning it, it still served its purpose. Or if you hold on to it for years and then only return it much later, you still returned it. That's the beauty of books. They can always wait. My New Year's resolution is to get through at least half of my backlog, personally.
Your New Year what?
Resolution. It's like a goal that you set for yourself for the year.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get through all of the books I have in my apartment right now. At least the manga, the books, ooh. The manga I have here right now, I want to get through them
do all of them until my birthday, which leaves me with 5 months. Ooh.
And then usually give up on by February, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
That sounds neat. Did you have one this year?
Virgo gang? No, actually, Leo. I'm an August Leo. Hi, good evening.
I did. It was to finish
How are
and
you?
hopefully release a book. It may not have come true, but I'm happy with the outcome, all the same.
I should try to think of one for next
Wait, did
year
I miscount?
myself.
August, no, that's 5 months.
Maybe I'll try to get through half my reading backlog too.
Oh?
Do you have one of those?
Nope. So I'm doing good already.
Ha ha ha, mijo.
Maybe it'll be to read 10 books. Or 100 books. I don't know what a good number to try is.
I think for someone who doesn't actually know how to read properly yet, 100 books may be a little steep. 10 books can be steep depending on what those books are.
Probably somewhere in between. You don't have to make it about reading, though. You don't have to make one at all if you don't want to. Only if it helps motivate you.
I mean, I managed to get through 42, 43? 42 books, I think, last year. So, and my goal was 20, so that went well. So I set my goal for this year to 30, but I am not doing as well so far as I've done last year, but I'll try. So a dictionary to move up from there. Yours was 0. 0 books you managed to get through, or 0 books you planned on getting through?
I'll think about it. I've been thinking
It's
that
only
I
been
need
3
something
months.
else to do with my life as it is.
0 books you managed to get through. Yeah, no, I'm using Goodreads for the funny little goal tracking. So it keeps telling me that I'm 1 book behind schedule if I want to get through 30 until the end of the year. I'm like, okay, I get it. Because I did not read a single thing for the entirety of February, basically. Gonna tell you too many books you want to get through, but they're all buried currently. Nah, I'm trying. I did manage to finish a book this week. And I have another one that I've started, so I'm trying to see if I can maybe manage to make it through that one as well this week still. And then I'm gonna focus on another series where I'm already halfway through and I already own all of the other books, but I just always forget that I was in the middle of reading it, so maybe I can get through those until May.
Something else.
I mean, they're only light novels. They're not that terribly long. They're like 400 pages maybe. That's not a lot.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, the library's fine and all. But I'm not really excited about it the same way you are about the Bell House. Yesterday, I was thinking about how Julia doesn't need me to help her. She just gave me the job as a favor, even if she said otherwise. I don't really need that favor anymore, though.
You've outgrown it.
Yeah. I have other things I can rely on.
One of them... What? One of them links arms with me.
Ways.
Oh, right. Other things you can rely on. I was like, wait, who, what? Not far away, there's an empty bench alongside the path, and Aspen leads us to it so we can sit down. We've been walking for almost an hour now, so a break is nice. Aspen takes off her hat and sets her purse on the ground between us while I stretch out my legs. We're not the only ones out here enjoying the afternoon. The park's alive and bustling. Bikers, joggers, dog walkers, and skaters all dodge around each other, plus the regular pedestrians like Aspen and me. Some of the dogs even run around off their leashes, ditching the road entirely. People are playing all kinds of sports too, and I can even tell the difference between some of them by now. I'm still a bit confused on what football is though. I even spot Lena, though she doesn't see us. Aspen pokes me in the side.
Oh, look over there. Think he's lost?
Across from us, the dog is sniffling around. There's a break in the foot traffic around us for now, so I don't see anyone watching him.
His owner's probably around here somewhere. Maybe he ran ahead of them.
The dog looks over at us like he knows we're talking about him. takes a couple steps towards us, sniffing the air with his tail wagging just a little bit.
Oh, come here. Here, puppy.
No, you should not be doing that to a random dog you don't know. Even if he looks friendly. The puppy, Aspen's right about that, slowly creeps closer towards Aspen's outstretched hand. I sit still, not wanting to spook him. He seems friendly but cautious. 1 step, 2 steps, he never stops sniffling. Yeah, no, I just don't... Oh! Then he runs forward, bites the handle of Aspen's purse and takes off with it. Aspen jumps to her feet.
Hey, stop! Come here!
What the fuck? The dog doesn't even look back as it runs away, dragging Aspen's purse with it. The contents start to spill out as they go. I run after the puppy who's going further into the park, not wasting my breath shouting. I've been running way too much these past couple months. I could transform, but I think that would probably scare him even more. I know better than to chase a dog, but I don't have much other choice. I hope I could just wear him out and then catch him. Glancing back, I see Aspen falling behind me, gathering up everything that she can. The puppy also looks back at me every now and then, changing directions at random. Some of the other people who see his lunge for the dog will try to block him off, but he dodges all of them and keeps running. I'm a little impressed. He zigzags again, but this time is lucky for me. He's heading straight towards Lena.
Hey, Lena!
She spins around to see me and I can tell she's trying to process what's happening. The dog is closer to her than he is to me.
Catch him!
Luckily my words go through. Lena crouches already warmed up. The puppy sees her and starts to go in a different direction away from both of us.
Not so fast!
Lena jumps for him and flaps her wings to carry herself even farther. She crashes to the ground just in front of the dog, who scrambles over himself to try to stop and turn again.
Gotcha!
I reach him just in time to grab him by the scruff of his neck. He immediately drops Aspen's purse like a thief who's been caught. Not that I would know. Aspen herself is slowly approaching, her arms full as she tries not to drop anything.
Not quite how I expected to end my workout today.
Thank you, Lena. You're literally a lifesaver.
Why did it go for the purse immediately? Whose dog is this?
Whoa! Aspen said literally! That means it's serious.
I make sure Aspen's purse is safe before I let go of the puppy who's been tossing and turning in my arms. Aspen walks up and wags a finger at him.
And as for you, hasn't anyone taught you any manners?
The dog walks away from us, but not very far, so I can watch instead. He reminds me a little bit of Silver. I hope he doesn't turn into a person.
I've seen that dog around before. Pretty sure he's
Me
okay.
with secret partner crime.
Heard of him taking anyone's
She's
stuff
gonna get a
like that,
dog
though.
and teach it to steal.
Got anything good in your purse?
Not if you're a dog. There's just...
While digging around in a now refilled purse, Aspen stops and then pulls out a smooshed plastic wrapper.
I guess there's the other half of my lunch that I forgot about.
Oh! The dog wags his tail and barks in Aspen's direction and she frowns.
This is what you were after, wasn't it? It really wasn't that good, I promise.
She unwraps the remnants of a sandwich and tosses it to the dog, who gobbles it down in just a couple bites before looking at us for more. If he's a stray like Lena said, that could be the best meal he's had in days.
That's all I have.
Lena and I are both empty-handed.
What should we do with him? What if he's not a stray and someone's looking for him? They must not be looking very hard. I've seen him a couple days in a row now.
Oh.
Poor thing. He seems so friendly when he isn't running off with my things.
I stoop down to try to pet him and he lets me. He even licks my hand a couple times.
Maybe we can take him back to the library with us. Juliet might know what to do.
Well, she is known for helping strays. I'm not sure how we'd get him back there, though.
I can carry him. He doesn't look too heavy.
That's a long way.
Carry him?
Yeah, why not? If he'll let me pick him up, at least.
Just... please be careful.
I will.
I crouch down and approach him slowly, keeping my hand out for him to sniff. I also try to wag my own tail to help reassure him. Instead of running away, he just flops onto his back asking for a belly rub. I do that with one hand while I slide the other beneath him. He's so lean that I can see his ribs. Then I scoop him up. He moves in surprise but doesn't try to escape. Once I get him situated, he's pretty calm.
That wasn't so bad.
Both Aspen and Lena crowd in to pet him now that he can't get away. He sits there and takes it all in stride.
Okay, He's not that heavy, but let's get going anyway.
Alright, I'll text Juliet so that she isn't totally blindsided when we get
They
there.
just keep coming back with random animals. Like first is the bird. Though granted, the bird was coupled with also Silver coming to the library for the very first time, and they were like, "What?" Now we're coming back with a dog.
See you tomorrow, Lena.
Later, boss! Later, mijo! Oh, later, puppy!
Still leaning against my shoulder, the dog doesn't mind when Aspen moves his paw to wave goodbye to Lena. Alright. Although the dog starts to squirm at some point, I manage to carry him all the way home. He sheds and definitely smells like a stray dog, but I don't mind it too much. He can't help it after all. Aspen also holds him a couple times. For some reason, he's more antsy with her than with me, so her turns don't last as long. When we arrive at the library, Juliet's waiting just inside.
Oh my, isn't he precious?
Do you like dogs? The puppy thumps his tail against my chest as Juliet comes over to pet him. People just can't stop themselves from doing that, I guess. You don't have to be sorry for being late. Did the job hunt go well at least? You missed us finding out what was on the scroll. It said, on the scroll it does, just says, please be happy, but written in Korean. Silver is leaving. We're probably never gonna see her again, but we're friends. We're sisters now. Like, we're getting along now. Miho's bead has more cracks in it, but also glowing more brightly. Or brightly? What? Brighter than ever, with Jesus Christ. And just now we found what we assume is a stray dog who tried to steal Aspen's purse. Because she still had a bit of her lunch in there. And it was probably hungry. Also, Aspen is going to take over the store manager position in the new location. So she's very busy.
Let's take him
But a
upstairs.
good busy. Like this time she's like, yeah, I'm looking forward to it and not dreading her entire existence. And I want to set him down here with the last few library patrons and all the books. Other than his initial chase, he's been pretty calm, but that could change once he's recharged. We all go to my room where I finally put the dog on the floor. He starts sniffing around immediately, although there isn't that much to sniff. I would try any signs of trouble, but he's good.
I like him a lot more when he isn't robbing me.
Potential jobs, one at a bookstore, another at a comic shop. Ooh, nice.
He just didn't know how to ask politely.
There's a half-full glass of water on my desk and I set it down on the ground so the dog can drink some. He slurps up as much as he can, the glass too big for his tongue to reach all of it.
I'll go fetch a bowl of water and see if we have anything that would be safe for him to eat. And then we can talk about what to do with him.
Okay, it was not food, but one of my neighbors had apparently ordered something, like a package that arrived earlier. What the hell? Why would they try to ring my doorbell then? Our names are not at all similar, what the fuck? Aspen sits down on my bed, but I sit on the floor and the dog walks over to sniff me.
Seems he's already taken a liking to you.
His fur is stiff and coarse and he's bony. He can't be that old, which makes me think he must have spent most of his short life as a stray. Juliet returns soon, setting the water and also a bowl with some banana slices, bread, and a slice of cheese.
It's not the healthiest meal, but it should
Damn.
keep his belly full for a little
I
bit.
could go for banana. The dog digs in like he didn't just eat half a sandwich earlier. The bowl slides across the floor from the force of his munching and he smacks his lip while he tries to chew the banana.
Is it okay if he stays here for a while? I'll take care of him. Even if it's just until we find his real owner. If he has one. I don't want to just kick him back.
You're gonna get
out.
attached.
Oh, heavens! I wouldn't dream of just tossing him back out on the street. But taking care of a pet, even for a couple of days, is a lot of work. Are you sure?
I'm sure. Whatever it is, I'll do it.
Then Mio keeps him. I wouldn't even be surprised. I've only had this puppy around for a couple hours, but I already know that I don't want anything bad to happen to him. Scrounging for food, stealing, not having anywhere to go back to, they're all things I can relate to.
I don't see why not then. I'll keep an eye out as well for anyone who may be searching for a lost dog like him.
Thanks. I don't think he has any people, though. I think he's all on his own.
You may be right. Still, we should do our best to make sure.
Right.
Sure.
I'll look out for any posters or missing signs.
After he finishes his meal, the dog flops down by me. He stares at me but doesn't move, instead fighting to keep his eyes open. Now that he's eaten more, he does seem totally exhausted.
He must be in doggy paradise right now after spending a few days in the park. I know I sure would be.
Yeah. I look up at Juliet, smiling.
Yeah. I think he'll like staying here.
When I wake up, the dog is already awake and staring at me from the floor, ready to go. The two of us go downstairs and join Juliet for breakfast, where she's prepared another bowl of fruit and bread for the dog. He eats it, but even if he's only going to be there for a couple days, he'll need more than people food.
I think I'm gonna go buy some dog food for him. I can get that at most stores, right?
Yeah, you should be able to do that.
It shouldn't be difficult to find.
I check my wallet. I have plenty of money since Juliet pays me for my library work, but there's hardly ever anything I need to buy myself. This will be as good a use as any.
Do you mind watching him while I go?
Not at all.
Thanks!
I kneel down and pat the dog's head. I've already learned one of his favorite spots, right at the base of his ears, and give him a good scratch.
Okay, stay here with Juliet, alright?
Imagine having money, couldn't be me. I really am turning into Aspen with how much I talk to the dog. Although he stays put for a moment, he follows me to the front door before I can leave. I gently push him back with my foot.
No, you can't come with me.
Oh. The dog paws at my leg, looking at me expectantly. Once more, I let him outside to relieve myself. But even after he finishes that, he won't go back into the library without me.
You're not gonna take no for an answer, are you?
Sighing, I accept my fate. I let Juliet know about the change of plans, and then the dog and I start walking. He stays near me, sometimes going off the path to sniff something, but he always returns. Each time he starts to walk away, I feel a tinge of worry that he won't come back. But the possibility is just something that I have to accept. Even if some details of my past have gotten hazy for me, I can still clearly remember how it feels to need to run and escape. If the dog decides that's what he needs to do, then it's not my place to stop him. Still, I'm relieved every time he stops sniffing and returns to my side. Eventually, we get into town and I find a pet store. There's a sign on the window saying that dogs are allowed inside, which is what I was hoping for. A bell rings when we walk in, although it doesn't sound as pretty as the one at the bell house. I wander around until I find a dog food section. There are more choices here than I thought. Big bags, small bags, red bags, blue bags. I'm not sure which one to pick. The dog sniffs each of them in turn. I watch to see if one gets his interest more than the others, but it doesn't seem like he's picky. I mean, if he doesn't have proper food and has been, kind of living off of scraps he found in the park for days, if not longer, he is not gonna be picky, no. His newest stream, we broke in here. No. We broke here. The only thing we're rich in is channel points, apparently. Thank you for the Nyam binary.
Guess I'll go with
I
this.
try to find which one has the most similar looking dog on the front. Oh, there's that. There's a... I don't actually know a lot about dogs. There you go. I do like dogs enough. I am very much a cat person though, simply because I have grown up with cats and I cannot read dogs' body language as well as I would be able to read a cat's body language. I see. The pictures on the dog food are like what dogs they're for sometimes? Ah. Thank you for that return. There's so much that goes into picking pet food, is insane. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. On the way to the front, the dog veers off down another aisle and I follow behind to see what got his attention. Of course, it's a toy aisle. Just like in the food section, there are dozens on display. He sniffs them all even more furiously than the kibbles. There's a small basket of plastic toys on the ground and he pulls one out of his mouth. It looks like a cartoon squirrel and its tail squeaks when he bites it. He gives it a good shake, getting a few more squeaks in the process. His tail wags even faster than his head and he looks up at me eagerly. I reach for the toy, but he hops away and then crouches down, tail still going, daring me to try to take it again. I do, but he instantly jumps out of reach once more, shaking and squeaking the toy again too.
Okay, you can keep it. But come on, you gotta pay.
Me of all people going, we gotta pay, is funny as hell. It's been a long time since I've stolen anything. Now that I can actually pay for things, I can't see myself stealing again. I feel kind of guilty about things I took in the past, but I only ever did what I had to in order to survive. Once I had support from others in my life and the help I needed to get my feet on the ground, stealing stopped being something I felt like I had to do. At the counter, I used 2 fingers to hold the slobbery toy so the cashier can scan it before returning it to the dog. I tucked the bag of food under one arm and then we start walking home. We reach a crosswalk, arriving right as the light changes to send traffic across our path. I come to a halt while I wait, switching which arm I use to carry the bag since it's getting sore. But the puppy doesn't stop with me. Instead, he doesn't even look back as he runs out into the road, eager to get back to the library. Oh no! A car horn blares as it barrels towards us down the road, too close to be able to brake in time. I feel like I'm moving in slow motion as I drop the bag of food and dash out into the road, despite knowing how dumb that is. I grab the dog as I sprint by, barely hauling ourselves out of the way of the passing car. The driver understandably gives me a rude gesture as he goes by. The dog, meanwhile, looks at me as if offended by the rough treatment, with my hand still holding him tightly. Yeah, mijo! You should have gotten, something to hold him by. A leash would have been a great idea.
You dummy! He could have died right there!
How would he know? He doesn't know what a car is! The scroll toy in his mouth squeaks as he squirms in my grasp. That was way too close for comfort. If I'd been just one step farther away, I would have been too late to rescue the dog. I probably would have got myself hit for my troubles too. Behind us and across the street, the bag of food lies on its side, some kibble strewn across the ground from a spot where it tore when I dropped it. Whether the dog wants to run away or stay with me is up to him, but I can't just let him get himself hurt or worse. I only have one choice. I hoist the dog up and hold him with one arm, just like the dog food bag that I go back and retrieve before we start walking again. He doesn't squirm as much as he did yesterday, which helps a lot, but still, by the time we make it back to the library, both my arms feel like they're ready to fall off. When I set the dog down, he strolls up to the library door as if nothing happened, waiting for me to let him in. I guess in his mind, maybe nothing did happen. He's got no clue how lucky he was. A long time ago, Juliet said that sometimes your best is all you can do. That goes for puppies too. If I'd been born a city dog instead of a fox, I doubt that'd be much different either. Still, I have to think it's a miracle that any dog makes it to adulthood, especially strays like him. When it's finally time for my meeting, Juliet helps me get set up on her computer and then lets me take it to my room. I adjust the screen until I can see it properly and then I wait. My nervousness keeps building until I nearly jump when the call finally comes through. As the ringtone plays, I take a deep breath and then hit accept. The tiny person-shaped bubble on the notification dissolves and for a second it's just a black screen. Then a woman appears. When the image comes into focus, she's squinting at the screen, probably waiting just like me. But then she smiles and waves as she's able to see me.
Hello!
Hi!
Hi, I'm Miho. Nice to meet you. Thanks for talking.
I'm Minsa. No problem. Gotta say, I was shocked when I got your friend's email at first. I thought it was gonna turn out to be some kind of scam, and eventually she'd ask for money.
This is someone who Juliet managed to, find out who's,
I'm still a bit confused, though.
yeah, related
You were
to
friends
our
with my
person, to
ancestor?
Jongi. And it took her months to, get a response. I have no idea how Juliet managed to find her at all.
Sort of. I met them when I was really young. I was just a regular fox back then.
Wait. A fox? Like with 4 legs and pointy ears?
Yeah. After I met Jongin, I turned into the person I am today.
Whoa. So that was a long time ago, huh? But you look even younger than me. Oh, that's just not fair.
Trust me, it has its downsides.
Both of us laugh and I can help but be relieved that she already feels easy to talk to.
That explains a lot, at least. So, Jongin.
Oh!
You're the second person to ask me about them this year, you know? That's 2 times more than most years.
Who's the other? Huh?
Who was the first?
These guys at some archaeological society who are putting on an exhibition.
Yeah.
They wanted permission to display some of their old works.
Are you the only family they have?
The only one who can use a computer, at least. The only reason I know any of the history is because I had to. Should I tell you everything I know and then you can ask me any questions? No promises if I'll be able to answer them, though.
That's good.
Sure, that works for me.
Let's see. Well, I'm not related to them by blood, for one thing.
Oh.
They didn't have any kids of their own. But they got married and they and their wife adopted several children. I'm related to one of those kids.
Ah.
They were part of the young bun class, a noble and a scholar. But rather than be stuck at home suffering through court life, they hid their identity and snuck away to travel the world instead.
Minso speaks with a practiced tone like she's given this speech a few times. Still, I listen with rapt attention, memorizing every detail.
They spent years on the go, seeing everything they could, before finally coming back home to Korea to settle down and start a family. While they were away, they kept a journal and wrote letters back to their beloved. Although calligraphy was something they were taught from a young age, they began practicing as an artist during their travels. Sometimes, the letters they sent would include paintings of the things they'd seen, or they'd include little drawings in their journal. Something else that they started to do was give a note to the people they met on their journey, with a little message of appreciation or wishes. My husband always says they remind him of fortune cookies.
Oh, I actually have one of those scrolls myself.
I wrote my scroll down for my room just in case it came up like this. I unfurled it for the first time since Halloween. Please be happy. I turn the scroll around and hold it up to the camera so Mincho can see. She leans in again, looking close.
Yeah, that's definitely theirs, all right. And they gave it to you when you were just a fox?
Yeah.
Yeah. Although, I couldn't read it until a couple months ago.
God, it's so hard to read their handwriting.
Oh,
right?
Simi!
I'm like,
Thank
if
you
it
for
were
the
today,
resub.
I
Hello.
would have been a doctor.
Both the game and me. Aww. Yeah. It's such a lovely game. You did say that you were planning on getting around to playing this one for yourself, right? Do I remember that correctly? Because you should totally do that. As soon as you're able to. Yes! You must go on yourself like, okay, thank you for coming by. You love Studio Land? Oh, same. I really love their stuff. Although, I have to admit, I haven't played all of the games yet. I'm still missing the Wildlife Park one. That is not what it's actually called. You haven't played Highway Blossoms? Oh, we have! We've played Highway Blossoms on stream, actually. Hold on. Heart of the Woods is the one that I played for myself. That was the first one I played. We played Highway Blossoms on stream. The Waters Above, the Prelude thingy, which is a free prequel to The Waters Above, but The Waters Above is still not out. I have no idea where that one is at, actually. That one I played for myself. National Park Girls I don't own. And they're free-to-play games I've also not played yet, I have to admit. Wow, I have played... I haven't actually played a bunch of their games yet. Let's see. But I like their stuff. Out of the Woods was lovely, yeah.
I have a few of them myself, although they're up in the office. Grandma has like 90. She says she has one for every year she's been alive. And I definitely believe that.
Aww. I just like the vibes they have with their games. Like, even if, I don't know, bad stuff happens in them, you just know the games are gonna go back to, like, being happy and wholesome again.
Jeez, that's
It's a very
lot.
feel-good atmosphere.
How many did they give out altogether?
Who knows? If someone told me it was thousands, I'd believe them. I don't know if they gave one to every person they met, but it must have been close.
For real.
Huh. I thought mine must be pretty rare.
It's still special. However many there were, I'm sure most haven't lasted this long. Not everyone got a full scroll either. But no. They're not some priceless artifacts that'll sell for a ton of money or something.
They're priceless to us, I think. They're not something we would want to sell anyway, but they're definitely priceless. To give one to a fox then really has to be a lot. Actually, yeah. It's like, oh, alright, I'm gonna give this little fox here a scroll. Turns out the fox turns into a gumiho, and at some point they will learn how to read it, but bruh.
Otherwise, I'd be talking to you from a mansion by the beach.
That's fine. I'd never sell mine anyway. It's way too important to me.
Yeah, I figured. I'm sure it wasn't easy to keep it safe and in such good condition.
That's for sure. We've been through a lot together.
That's good. I'm sure that's what they would have wanted.
For a while, Minso tells me more about Jonggin's adventures. Even though it's hard for me to picture some of the people and places involved, I still pay close attention. Then, all of a sudden, Minso's eyes... Korean and me are never gonna be friends, I fear. Eyes go wide like she's had some huge revelation.
Oh, I'm an idiot! Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to show you.
Okay. She gets up and runs off screen, leaving me with a view of an empty chair and a bookshelf. Instead, I look down at my scroll. Somehow I'd always assumed it was one of a kind, or at least something rare and meaningful. Minseo. But somehow finding out that it isn't the case doesn't really bother me. Instead, it's nice to think that I met so many people to be grateful to, or I left an impact on them. If there were thousands of scrolls like mine out there, then that's not a bad thing at all. For a few seconds, Minseo returns to the computer and sits down, carrying a scroll herself.
This is one that I had in the office. I can't believe I didn't think about this sooner.
Yeah?
Sometimes they'd include a butterfly in their signature or hide one in their paintings because they said they were inspired by butterflies to travel with the wind.
That's cool.
But then,
Minso?
at some point, instead
You
of
don't say the
butterflies,
E then.
they
Minso?
started to include something else instead. Can you see?
She holds the scroll up to a camera like I did, focused on one of the bottom corners. There, just below where they signed their name, is a little picture of a fox. Of me.
I should have thought of it when you mentioned foxes earlier. At one point, they started using the alias Horim for their work.
Horim.
I don't know if you speak any Korean, but Horim means fox forest. After they started using that name, foxes would show up in their art for the rest of their life.
Drawing consists of just a few brush strokes that make a head and ears and face. Still, it feels like seeing a photograph of myself. I can picture them smiling as I drew it, as they thought of me. I always wondered if our time together was as important to them as it was to me. Hearing that they chose that name practically confirms it.
Thanks for showing me.
Aw, that's so sweet! I can feel a thread of tears, but somehow I managed to keep my composure.
No problem. Grandma's gonna freak out when I tell her I talked to you. I've told you basically all I know, but were there any questions you had?
Actually, my magic is gonna make you forget about me unless we, talk every 24 hours, or just talk without having 24 hours pass by, so... Get your grandma on the phone right now! Transcription of that O sound is a bit misleading. Yeah, that's the thing I have trouble with lots of Korean. Like, I read it and then I actually hear it spoken out loud. I'm like, it's one of those languages that just doesn't really work in how do you say it? When it's written in our letters here, Romanized?
Yeah. I did have one. I'm a little afraid to know, but...
I take a deep breath. They were human, so my question is only natural, but still. Exhaling, I make myself ask.
How'd they die?
Miso smiles.
Old and peacefully. Their wife outlived them, but not by too long. They had the typical funeral that was expected when they passed away, but then they actually had one final secret request to their family.
Romanization. Okay.
They wanted to be cremated. Back then, it was basically unheard of, especially for someone of their stature. but they really wanted it to be done so that they could have their ashes scattered. That way, the wind could pick them up, and they could keep traveling forever.
Don't say that.
So then... It sounds like they were happy.
Oh yeah. They told their kids that they had no regrets, because they'd live as full and rewarding a life as they could.
I'm afraid that if I try to say too much, I'll start to cry, so I just nod instead while I find my voice.
I'm glad to know that.
Of course. It's only right that you know, considering how many foxes showed up in their work.
I think me and Sil can tell I'm having a tough time holding it together because her voice takes on a more sympathetic tone.
Was there anything else you wanted to know?
I don't think so. You told me everything I wanted to ask. I only found out their name a couple months ago. Until then, I just thought of them as my person in my head. So, really, I've learned a lot more than I could have hoped for.
Aww. Well, I'm happy to help. Your friend has my contact info, so you can message me anytime if you think of anything else. I guess, if you think about it, you and I are kind of like family, right?
Yeah, but you're gonna forget about me.
Since it sounds like they raised you just as much as they raised their kids. Like my great, whatever.
Really?
She laughs.
Sure, why not? The more the merrier, right? I think that's how they would have seen it too.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Family. I may have a girlfriend, but family's something new to me. Silver called us sisters, but just barely. It makes my heart warm.
No problem. I'm sure we'll talk again, so I won't say goodbye. Instead, how about see you later?
I'd like that. Although, there's just one thing.
The magic, right?
What's that?
I explain my magic and how everyone forgets me after a day. Nodding sympathetically, Miso agrees to join my list of people who check in with me every day. I'm glad she's so understanding, but it's just another reminder that I need to find a better, more permanent solution for people forgetting me. The second our call ends, I let out the sob I was holding back. I thought I was done crying over Jongin, but apparently not. Except this time it's a good kind of crying. After all my searching, and even after the death, I finally got the answer to the question my heart wanted to know. They cared about me too. I tried to imagine what their home must have been like, their wife and kids. I'm sure they were all smiles. Still, it's difficult for me to imagine how they looked. Instead, I can picture them, traveling just like when we met, going from place to place freely wherever the wind took them. Just like me, really. Someday I'd like to return to some of those places that I've been before and see them properly, instead of just blindly searching for one person and ignoring everything else. I like to visit them with some of the same wonder what Jongin felt, that Jongin felt. More than anything, I wish I could tell them about what I've experienced and learned on this path they sent me down. Even though I can't, there's one thing that I can now say for sure. They would have been proud of me. A few minutes later, I'm still trying to pull myself together when the dog comes up to me and paws on my leg insistently. I can't help but smile. Whatever I'm going through doesn't matter to him at all. He just wants to eat or go outside, of course. My life and tears don't really make a difference to him one way or another. And really, that helps keep me grounded. I'm glad to have some closure when it comes to Jongin, and to know that they were just the kind of person I imagined them to be. While their kindness and memory will never stop being special to me, I finally feel like I can say that in the past. What if they keep the dog and name him after Mio's human? Wouldn't that hurt though? Because the dog is gonna die at some point as well. Time passed quicker than I could have ever imagined, but it still passed. It moved on, and now I need to too. After wiping my eyes and blowing my nose, I stand up and the dog spins in an excited circle as I reach for the door. He runs right for the kitchen, stopping right outside the cabinet where I stored his food. His nose quivers and he huffs like a pig as he waits for me to catch up.
Didn't take you long to get used to this, did it?
He barks at me just a single short yap, but I can imagine him telling me to hurry up.
Alright, give me a second.
I grab a clean bowl from the cupboard and scoop him out some dinner. As the kibble clatters into the dish, he excitedly prances about, getting his snout into the bowl before it's even on the floor. His tail wags as he chows down, inhaling half his meal without even chewing. I reach towards him, but he growls at me with a mouthful of dog food.
Chill, I'm not taking it. I'd pour my own bowl if I wanted some. Besides, I don't think I could stand the taste anymore.
Still, I keep my distance just so I don't spook him. Finally, after he's done, he leaves the kitchen and heads right back up towards my room. He's gotten comfortable here much faster than I did. I wonder if it feels like home yet. I wonder if we're actually gonna find someone he belongs to. After taking yesterday off, I sit down at the library desk with the dog for the first time. He does his usual pacing and sniffing, since this is the first time he's really explored this area. I keep an eye on him while I start on the day's tasks, but he just flops on the floor near my feet and dozes. Eventually, the first person who needs help comes up to the desk, carrying a couple books with them.
Hey there, I'd like to... Oh my god!
The sound of a new voice gets a puppy to stand up, and the lady across from me melts when she sees him.
He's adorable. Can I pet him?
Sure.
It's not really up to me. If he doesn't want to be pet, he'll just walk away. The next person to show up does more or less the same thing, and the person after them too. As the day gets later, the library gets busier. At least half the people who come in ask to pet the dog. I'm pretty sure some of the help requests I get are just excuses to come see him. He handles it all pretty well though, even leaving my side to go explore and visit with folks himself. A little bit later after lunchtime, the front door opens slowly. I look up from the form I'm working on to see one of the last people I expected.
Silver!
She isn't wearing her mask, so I get a clear view of her face as she narrows her eyes at the name, but approaches me all the same.
Miho.
Hi! I haven't seen Silver since Halloween, after she gave back my scroll and disappeared into the night. More than once I've thought about going up to Mount Victoria to look for her, but haven't. It felt like I should give her some space after last time. She stops at a desk standing across from me, surrounded by books and other guests, plus being in the broad daylight, she looks a bit out of place. A short bark from next to me startles her, and she blinks in surprise as the dog runs around the desk to stand at her feet and yap at her directly.
A friend of yours?
Ha ha!
Something like that. I found him at the park, and I've been taking care of him for a couple days.
He's a dog in the true sense of the word, then.
As far as I know, yeah. You finally got it right.
I thought you were leaving! Her lips curl, but into a smile and not a sneer. Although she doesn't try to pet him, she looks down at the dog with some amusement. He stopped barking and instead sniffs her furiously, looking between her and me like he's trying to figure something out.
He seems happy.
You can read his aura?
No? I don't need to, though.
Deciding she's either boring or not a threat, the dog comes back to my side and lies down again, gnawing quietly on his chew toy. Silver looks back to me, but then her eyes narrow again.
Your bead.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
I take off my necklace and hold it so she can see the cracks starting to appear.
It started doing this a couple days ago.
Keeping her distance, she inspects it warily. In the palm of my hand where the bead itself sits, I can feel a faint pulse like a heartbeat, although it doesn't sync up with my own.
So not much longer, then.
Until what?
Right.
It feels a little awkward to acknowledge, like I'm beating her in a race I didn't mean to participate in, but there's not any point in denying it either. So it's a good thing. It's the thing about you know, becoming a sky fox or whatever.
I'm kinda scared of what's gonna happen next, to tell you the truth.
Scared? Why?
Change, I guess.
Shonho, sky fox. Just thinking the word summons visions of blue skies and rolling forests in my mind. The pulse in my palm quickens.
Hey, I have a question. What do you think would happen if I broke it?
Nothing good, I imagine.
Broke what?
This.
I hold my bead up close and she takes an instinctive half step backwards.
If I just crushed it or got rid of it instead of swallowing it. If that's even possible.
I have no idea if she's gonna lose her human form, because like technically she's gonna turn into something more powerful, right? So I imagine keeping up a human form would be easier then. The spindly rags that cover the bead make it look like it could fall apart at any second, like even if a light wind could shatter it. I can only imagine what Silver must be thinking. She's probably shocked that I'm even asking, but she keeps any scorn she's feeding off her face and finally she shrugs.
I know not, nor why you would even consider such a thing. Though I have a guess. The magic within our fox bean is as much a part of us as her breath and blood.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps there is no life without it. Or perhaps we'd be no different than beasts.
You mean you think I'd turn back into a fox?
Maybe.
Maybe. Maybe not. I couldn't say. I've never heard of any of her sisters ever trying.
A lump forms in my throat that I force back down.
I never thought of that. It makes sense though, huh? Since it was the bead that made me what I am.
She yaps a finger in my face and hand hovering over my necklace.
Shut up.
Huh?
I only said it was possible. I doubt it would happen. Either way. How dare
Sorry.
Your bead is but a means to an end. It may have given you a chance, but it was you who took it. Every step you've taken has been your own. It made you nothing but capable.
Silver holds her arm out, putting her shining bracelet into clear view.
Whoever or whatever you are now, you can never be a normal fox again, even were you to take the form of one. Still, what power your being does offer has been ever in your service. Should you choose to discard it, I fail to see why it wouldn't respect your final wish.
Up close like this, I'm able to see Silver's bracelet clearly for the first time. The light makes it difficult, but not impossible. Although my bead is plain and round, nearly identical to the non-magical ones on my necklace, hers narrows at the middle and then widens again like an hourglass. A few colorful bands run across it, almost too narrow to see. There's a red one, a blue one, and even a silver one. When I squint, I can even see a faint spring green one as well. There are others, but I can't see what they are before Silver shoves her hand into her pockets, burying the light. I put my necklace back on.
Thanks. I feel a lot better hearing you say that.
I told you so. To think otherwise would be insulting.
In Silver's language, that's just how you say you're welcome.
Anyway, none of that is the reason I came here.
Oh.
I've come to keep my end of a promise. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Ah.
What? So soon?
The news hits me like a punch in the gut, even though she told me she was planning this a long time ago.
Soon? I've already stayed longer than I intended. There's nothing more for me to be had here.
That's not true. There's...
Nothing more to be found, I should say.
Abruptly her voice softens. For maybe the first time ever, Silver's tone is gentle.
Your path may end here for now, but mine goes ever on. Perhaps someday it will come to a similar end, but not today, nor tomorrow. Surely you understand.
For as long as I've known her, I've hoped I could get through to Silver somehow, help her see some of the things I was blind to myself. Especially now as we're just starting to become friends, or maybe now that we've been friends for a while. Either way, I wish she would stay. But also, just like how I've already voted to let the dog go if he wants to leave, I know I can't keep her here. And just like with Aspen, as much as I might want to do more, all I can do is try to support her. The rest is up to Silver.
Yeah. I understand. I'm coming to see you off, though.
Silver considers for a second.
Fine. I'll come to you here in the morning. Early. Be ready.
Aye, aye, sir.
I will.
Good. I've said all I came to say then. Until tomorrow.
Without another word, she turns and heads for the door, disappearing through it just like she disappears into the trees. In the evening, after the library is already closed, there's a knock at the door while I'm downstairs. It sounds urgent.
Coming!
I open the door to find a worried-looking Gwen and Elijah.
Miho, is Tommy here?
Uh-oh, no? Why?
Nope. I haven't seen him since we talked last night. Is he missing?
Yeah, he was at the house with me and I went to pick up some dinner. When I got back, he was gone.
We hope maybe he came here to visit you.
Although I still talk to all three of them every day, it's been a while since I've seen Tommy in person. Not since the last time he and Gwen came to the library, which was a couple weeks ago.
I haven't seen him. Did something happen?
Well,
The two of them look at each other.
we finally got the divorce paperwork finalized. So now it's official.
Oh
official.
no.
I think he'd been hoping that maybe it wouldn't happen, but we just got everything signed, so now there's no going back.
let me go get ready, and I'll help you look for him.
Thank you.
I let Juliet know what I'm doing and she agrees to look after everything while I'm gone. When I hurry back outside, Gwen and Elijah are waiting for me.
I don't think he could have gone too far. I just went down the street to pick up some pizzas, and Gwen came over as soon as I told her he was missing.
He's a small child. He couldn't have gone too far unless he got on a bus somehow.
It's not the first time he's gone to hide, but he's never run away from home like this before.
We walk down the residential streets with Elijah and Gwen alternating calling for Tommy. I keep my eyes peeled not just for him but for Gerby too. None of us have any luck. Near the beach we stop.
Maybe we should split up. I'll go check at the house again in case he went back. Gwen, maybe you can look around in town?
Alright, but what about Miho?
I have an idea, actually. I'm gonna look around Mount Victoria.
Okay, we all have our phones so we can call if one of us finds him. And then we can meet back here, alright?
Elijah and I both agree and then we all go our separate ways. I head straight for the mountain and then veer off the path into the woods. For a while it had seemed like Tommy was coming to terms with everything that was happening in his life. Was the shock of the divorce going through really enough to make him run away from home like this? I followed the path that Tommy and I took when we came here a while ago until I finally reached what used to be my den. It's in even worse shape than the last time I came here. Still, I'm not surprised to find Tommy sitting in the dirt that used to be its entrance, holding tightly onto Gerby.
Me!
Hi! There are tear stains around his eyes and his clothes are filthy.
Hey there. Looking for bugs?
He shakes his head.
Your parents are looking for you, you know. They came to the library to see if you were there. They told me why you might have run away.
Tommy shakes his head again, but more vigorously.
I wasn't running away. I was chasing Gerby.
Huh? The fable wiggled in his arms.
You know how Gerby can fly, right?
Yeah.
Look what happens now.
Cautiously, Tommy stands up and sets Gerby on the ground. Immediately, Gerby starts to rise into the air like a balloon pulled up towards the sky. Tommy grabs him before he can get too high and hugs him to his chest again.
Gerby's not doing that himself?
The fable shakes his head, eyes looking somewhat sad.
No, it just started happening. First he kept hitting the ceiling, then when Dad went to go get dinner, he left the door open and Gerby blew outside. Then I had to run to go catch him and we ended up coming here.
Aww.
I was gonna go home, but I don't know what to do.
I see tears start to sparkle in Tommy's eyes again. He sniffles. It's good to know he didn't leave because of the news about his parents, but the change with Gerby is a mystery.
Is it okay if we go meet up with your parents? I know they're pretty worried. And we can tell them about Gerby too. Okay. I'm not letting go of him though.
That's okay. I lead us back towards where I split up with Tommy's parents. As we do, I call Gwen first.
Miho, tell me you found him.
I did. Yeah. We're headed to the beach now.
Thank God. I'll see you there soon.
She disconnects and I call Elijah next.
Hey, I found Tommy, and we're going to the meetup spot right now.
You did? You're a lifesaver, Mia. Is he alright?
Yeah, he's fine. He was just chasing after Gerby.
Gerby? I should have figured that out.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you guys about it in person. See you in a bit.
We're the first ones to reach the shore. Tommy stands with his feet in the water, still clutching Gerby against his chest. He sniffles occasionally, but doesn't cry. Footsteps from behind us signal Gwen and Elijah's arrival. Tommy and I turn around and both of his parents' eyes go wide.
Wait, is that?
They can see him?
Gerby?
The two of them are looking right at the little fabled. As Tommy realizes his expression also changes to shock.
Can you see him?
Stunned, both of his parents nod. Gerby raised his flower arms, looking thrilled to finally be noticed.
Well, I'll be. The little guy looks just like I imagined.
Something's wrong with Gerby. If I let go of him, he starts to blow away in the wind. I don't know what happened to him.
Is that why you ran out?
Yep.
Yeah, I had to catch him.
With a small smile, Elijah steps forward and pats his son on the head.
I heard something kind of interesting, actually. I asked a lot of people from work if they'd ever heard of a fable like Kirby.
Yeah?
And it turns out one of them had.
Yeah?
He said that when he was young, he had a friend just like Kirby. His only friend. They kept him company when his parents were fighting, or when anything else that was bad was happening.
Oh no, don't tell me he's gonna leave now because he got over it. Because the parents they're not fighting. The divorce is finally going through, they're better off for it.
Once he got older and things weren't as tough anymore, he said his friend had to leave him one
No!
day to help out the next kid who needed someone. He told me that fables like Kirby stick around until they know that their friends will be okay without them. And then it's time for them to go.
No, don't
Sounds
do
like
that.
maybe this is that time for Kirby.
But I don't want him to go! I want him to stay!
Tommy can't keep himself from crying anymore. Although he holds onto Gerby, big tears roll down his face. In his arm, Gerby looks up at him kindly.
Sweetie, sometimes we don't have a choice. Sometimes we have to let things go, even if it's hard. From what Dad said, it sounds like Gerby knows you're tough and that you'll be okay, right? Don't you trust Gerby?
I do, but...
Tommy holds out his arm so that he can face his friend properly.
Is it true? Do you really have to leave?
Gerby's petals sag as he nods, patting Tommy's hands. Gwen wipes Tommy's eyes for him as Tommy pulls Gerby into a hug. His tears drip down onto Gerby's leaves like rain.
There's someone else who needs you, right?
Still close to Tommy, Gerby nods again.
Okay.
Gwen and Elijah move to either side of Tommy and I step away, keeping a respectful distance. It doesn't really involve me after all. Gwen kneels down in front of Tommy, smiling.
Thank you, Gerby, for being there for Tommy.
Yeah, thanks, Kirby.
Finally, it's Tommy's turn.
Thank you, Gerby, for being my friend. I'll miss you.
The big sniffle, Tommy manages to stop crying. Gerby leans against Tommy, the top of his flower tickling Tommy's chin. Tommy giggles. Then he opens his arms. Each of his parents take one of Tommy's hands as Gerby floats there for a second and then slowly starts to rise. Don't do that! With his tiny little petals, Gerby waves goodbye, eyes crinkled in a smile. The breeze shakes his leaves, but doesn't knock him off his course. Up, up, up he goes, reaching Tommy's eye level, then Elijah's, and then floating above their heads. From behind them I can see Tommy squeezing his parents' hands tightly.
Bye, Gerby.
After a final whispered farewell, Gerby continues to drift up until he's eventually out of sight. Tommy, Gwen and Elijah remain there, standing in the shallow water. Quietly I sneak away, leaving the three of them on their own. I'm sure I'll hear all about it later when we have our regular call, but for now, I think they have a few things that they probably want to talk about together. No! As I make my way back to the library, I smile, glad that things worked out. It may take some time, but I know that it'll be alright in the end. After all, I trust Gerby too. We got an achievement for that. I see. That's all of his events then, if we got the achievement for it. Judging by the knocking at my window, it turns out Silva and I have different ideas of early. I roll off in bed, not totally sure that I'm not dreaming, in time to see Silva gaze straight at me and then leap from the tree again. A few minutes and lots of eye rubbing later, I'm ready and outside to meet her, with the dog staying behind without any argument this time. Silva's carrying a small sack with her, which I assume contains all her belongings. It's tied shut with a small robe and she slings it over her shoulder. We don't exchange any words of greeting, instead we just start walking. As frustrating as it can be half the time, sometimes I also appreciate her willingness to just end a conversation or not even start one. I don't have to worry about being a good enough conversationalist for her. It's easier to get more out of her silence than it is many others too. The fact that she let me come along on this last trip, much less came to get me, says a lot. We make our way through the streets, not seeing many other pedestrians or even cars. Only a handful of city buses, a couple of them roaming around empty too. Silva walks faster than either Aspen or Juliet, but I'm able to keep pace easily. It makes our journey pretty short though. Glass walls and security gates of the skyport come into view, waiting for us. It was the first place to greet us when we arrived, and now it's ready to see her off again. I wonder what Silva's thinking about right now. Is she feeling sad at all and preparing to miss this place? Or is she ready to leave and potentially never return? Good or bad, I don't think she'll ever be able to forget her time in Wellington. come to a stop just a few meters away from the entrance, facing the double glass doors. Our reflections stare back at us.
Call me Unbi.
Umbi. Oh, you have a name!
Unbi?
In Korean, for silver, B for rain. Silver rain! Ha! Although she doesn't turn to me, I can still see her face turn red in the glass.
Yes, it's the name I've settled on.
Oh!
What do you think?
It's a very sweet name. Aww. I hope she sees me
I
grin.
think it's perfect.
Good. Thank you. I'm not sure what words to say. I've never said goodbye before.
She's so good.
It's okay. I never know either.
I love her.
I hope you'll come back someday. Or that we'll see each other again somewhere else.
Fate brought us together once. Perhaps it'll do so again.
So you think it was fate after all, huh?
Perhaps not.
She looks down at her wrist, surely thinking about her bead even though it's hidden.
If not fate, then shall we make a promise that neither of us can keep?
Oh?
You haven't broken a promise to me yet.
We'll meet someday then. Perhaps you won't even recognize me. I might be someone else entirely.
Someday. I'm sure that I'll recognize you, though. You might change, but you'll still be you, no matter what.
Even if I'm Unbi now.
You've been Unbi the whole time.
Like always, I can tell when she's about to leave. Before she can, there's something I have to ask. I might not get another chance.
At first, you didn't want me to call you Silver. With your magic, what does a silver aura mean?
Our eyes meet in the glass. Finally, she closes hers with a tiny smile.
Shame.
Shame!
Goodbye, Miho.
Oh, goodbye!
Goodbye, Unbi.
It takes her just a couple steps to reach the door. They slide open silently, dissolving our reflections. Umi doesn't look back once she strolls through, letting them shut behind her once again. I'm left looking at myself and only myself. Finally, I turn around too and start making my way back home. The last library guest of the day turns out to be my favorite one. Aspen enters just after closing time with a small wrapped package in her hands.
Aspen! I didn't know you were coming.
Oh yeah, clearly she's never been here before. I drop what I'm doing to go greet her at the door. The dog does too, and she stoops down to pet him.
That's because I wanted it to be a surprise. Also because I wasn't sure I'd be able to get off work in time. But we managed.
Ooh, a surprise?
She shakes the box she's holding. Its contents rattle generically.
Right. I have a present.
How does something
but I'm
rattle
afraid
generically?
It's not for you.
What?
For Juliet?
No, for the dog. Aspen just smiles in response. She takes my hand and let her lead me towards the kitchen. The dog follows behind us. Juliet's already there.
Ah, Aspen. Good evening.
Hello, hello.
She sets the box on a table and then takes a seat with a sigh, just like she was showing up for breakfast.
This is the first time I've been able to sit down in hours.
Thank you for joining us. I'm sure you must be exhausted.
It's fine. This is important after all.
I'm totally confused by now.
Wait, Juliet knew you were coming?
No, it's
I thought
definitely
your
a
present
thing
was
for the dog
her.
now, isn't it?
Nope. I just said it wasn't for you. Although you'll still need to open it because it's for him.
Yeah. She gestures at the puppy who's on the ground chewing his own foot. Aspen slides the box across the table towards me and I lift it up. It isn't very heavy. Both Aspen and Juliet watch me eagerly.
Here goes.
I slice a hole in the wrapping paper and then rip it all away in one go. Beneath it is a box with brightly colored letters. I try to sound them out slowly.
Deluxe printer ink cartridges.
Aspen, who'd been leaning forward in anticipation, deflates a little.
Not quite. That was the only box I could find. Open it up, please.
I use one of my nails to cut the tape on the box and pop it open. Inside are a small collar and a leash. I lift them out gently.
It might be a little big for him now, but I thought he'd grow into it soon.
Yeah!
With me, I just had to guess what the right size was.
I look from Aspen to Juliet, to the dog, then back to Juliet.
Does this mean...
We're keeping him, because he apparently doesn't belong to anyone else.
Indeed. They're gifts for the newest member of our household. I've searched and I can't find anyone looking for a lost dog like him. Nor has anyone reached out to me about it either.
And if Julia can find someone, then there isn't anyone.
As he's already house-trained, he clearly lived in a house at one point. But it's...
Aspen is into some kinky shit. Oh, excuse me.
He seems happy to be here. He's already found himself a home.
Didn't mean to hit the next button. The dog himself gets up and comes to sniff the accessories in my hands.
Well, I'm sure I know the answer already. I feel I should ask all the same. Would you like to keep him?
I look down at the animal beside me. If someone had tried to put a collar on me, if someone had tried to keep me, I would have done everything in my power to avoid it. Kicked, bitten, ran, whatever. There's no way I'd have allowed someone to control me like that. But he's not me. Already the dog is looking healthier than when I first found him. He's filled out a bit and his ribs don't poke out as much. He's been better behaved than I would have been too. Juliet even said he must have lived in a house before. I've seen that he doesn't always know how to take care of himself either. If I hadn't taken him from the park that day, it could have been a matter of time before he got hurt. Like when he almost got hit by a car. I grew up in the wild, always looking after myself, but he needs a little help. When I look back up at my friends, their faces are slightly concerned. They probably expected me to answer yes right away.
I want to keep him. But what if he doesn't want to stay? He's been comfy here so far, but what if that changes?
Why not ask him?
He doesn't know any words like Percy and Byron. I just talk to him anyway.
Those two are very well spoken, I'll have you know. But that's not what I meant. Don't you remember back on...
The face goes a little red.
That day I asked you out? You were telling me how animals don't have to communicate with words.
At some point you someone skip your lines. Eh.
Could you maybe ask him as a fox?
Oh, that could actually work. Maybe.
I haven't thought of that.
I haven't transformed in a while. I haven't had any reason to. Aspen's right though. Maybe there are things I can't say that way. Setting the leash and collar on the table, I take a couple steps away from the dog and change forms. More than ever before, I can feel the magic coursing out of my beat and into my body like blood. The sensations of my limbs shortening, of my face changing and fur Jesus Christ, growing out, stand out more than usual. They are uncomfortable, but I'm used to barely noticing it at all. When my transformation is complete, the dog begins to growl. His hackles raise and tail stiff, and he backs away slowly. He's clearly afraid, but the nuances of what he's trying to say are hard for me to pick up because I'm so out of practice. It's like when I try to speak Korean after a long time. Danger, danger, fear, missing, where? I get the impression that he wants to know what happened to me, the me that he knows and that disappeared suddenly. He's probably never seen a fox before, but he instantly identifies me as a threat. Evil pet. But first, Juliet and Aspen watch anxiously. My tails brush from side to side and I keep my ears and body language friendly. I try to impress upon him that I'm not dangerous and that the creatures he's looking at is his person. Danger, doubt, danger, fear, doubt. Instead of growling or barking or any of the other sounds I'd make to talk to other foxes, it's more like I have to will my thoughts across to him. I try to convey that he can trust me, that he knows me still. The growls soften, but he keeps his distance and fur raised as he sniffs the air. Doubt, doubt, trust, doubt, danger? Just a couple inches away I stop and lay down on the ground, showing that I trust him in return and know that he's not a threat to me. Doubt, doubt, trust, trust, trust. Finally he approaches me and his nose goes still. We look into each other's eyes and then he gives me a gentle kiss on the snout. Trust. I nuzzle against him, showing him that his faith was well placed. As I do, I try to convey other feelings to him in the same way as him. Home, I tell him. Stay, I ask. Home, stay, safe. I'm imagining him settling down here like I have until everything is familiar. Going to sleep well fed and safe and waking up rested. Maybe he had that before. If so, I don't know how anyone could have just abandoned him and left him to fend for himself. I don't know how they could be so cruel. If there's one thing I can promise, it's that I'd never let that happen. Even if I couldn't take care of him myself anymore, I wouldn't just abandon him. I wouldn't just leave him alone. His tail twacks against the wall as he wags it. Now that he's figured out who I am, it doesn't seem like he has to think about it too hard. Home, 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 home. I transform back into my other form. This time he doesn't seem bothered at all. Picking the leash and collar back up, I finally smile at Aspen and Juliet.
He's gonna stay.
Aww. Aspen helps me put the collar onto the dog, and then we head out into the backyard with him.
I'm glad it fits all right. He doesn't seem to mind too much either.
Yeah, that was pretty easy. Maybe he's used to it.
Or maybe he knew you were doing something good for him.
Aspen and I sit down on the steps while the dog runs around. He finds a bowl that he left out here earlier and brings it over to me to throw. I toss it, but not too far, and he hurries off to get it.
Have you thought about what you're going to name him?
No, not really. I guess he needs one though, huh?
It's better than just calling him the dog all the time.
That's for sure.
Right. Well, if I was gonna be consistent, then I should probably call him Og or Uppy.
What? Aspen laughs.
Perfect. I know who to ask if I'm ever
You're
struggling
just
to name a character someday.
taking away the first letter.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Before she left today, Silver told me she'd picked a name for herself too. She chose Umbi. It means silver rain in Korean.
That's gorgeous. I like that she kept Silver as part of it. I suppose that means you helped name her too.
You're right. I wonder if she thought about it that way. I'll bet she'd change it on the spot if I ever asked her. I wish you could have talked to her more. I wish I could have too.
I'd have liked to know her better as well.
For her story?
That's part of it. But it's not the only reason. From what you've told me about her, she seems like a good person deep down, who hasn't had the opportunity to express that much. She seems like someone who could have come to be an important part of our lives. Not to say that she isn't already important to you.
Like him.
Not too far away, the dog rolls around in the grass, kicking his feet in the air. My dog.
Yes, exactly. You said it yourself about Unbi. The two of you are like family, and now this fellow is part of the family too.
I pat my leg and the dog instantly sits up to walk over to us, greeting each of us with a lick on the hand. I think about what Juliet said a few minutes ago when she was telling me he could stay. Suddenly it comes to me.
Happy.
You're gonna call the dog Happy?
His name is Happy.
Happy looks up at me, his tongue lolling out the side of his face in a smile. Aspen giggles.
Do you like that name?
I ask him the question, knowing that I won't get an answer. Still, it just feels polite to ask. Even though I choose to do it as a human, not a fox.
I'm sure he does. A saying that I appreciate is that names are a gift that someone gives you. And if it doesn't fit, you can exchange it for one that does. In this case, I think it suits him perfectly.
Watching the dog close his eyes in comfort as he keeps getting attention, I'm glad that Aspen agrees.
Now that you mention it, I've done a lot of name exchanging too.
You only started going by Miho here in Welly, right?
Yeah. I'm surprised you remember that.
She taps her forehead.
I'm good at remembering important things, and Miho things are important.
Aww. I lean against her, resting my head on Aspen's shoulder.
I think I like being Miho. All the good things in my life started happening after I picked that name.
I like you being Miho too.
The two of us sit for a while more, playing with Happy until he gets too tired to keep chasing the ball. Taking that as a sign that we should call it a night, that all three of us head inside together.
And here you are.
Oh! With a flourish, Aspen slides 2 plates onto the table between Juliet and me. There's fresh cut fruit, some warm potatoes, and a sandwich made with bacon and cheese. I hardly ever have meat anymore, so it's a rare treat.
Whoa! This looks really good!
I'm glad I haven't lost my touch. I don't do this kind of table service very often, you know.
I know! We must be your favorite customers or something.
Maybe, but don't tell the rest of them.
Today is Aspen's last day at this Bell house, so she invited Juliet and I to breakfast for a change of pace. Happy came along too, of course, and his leash is tied tightly to my chair. Juliet shifts her parasol a little bit to match the rising sun. She sips her tea and smiles warmly.
There's a reason this is our favorite cafe to visit.
Soon to be second favorite, I hope.
Aspen leans against the railing looking up at the sky. The sun really highlights the bags beneath her eyes and all the small things that probably only I notice, such as how her apron is tied more sloppily than she usually likes, or how her hair is done abruptly. Still, even this close to the finish line, she looks a lot better than she did when she was working on her book. Happier and more content, instead of looking like she's going to fall over at any moment. There's no one who deserves it more. She catches me looking at her and pretends to glare.
Your sandwich is getting cold, Miho. I worked hard on that, you know.
Sorry.
I lift it up and take a big bite. Just like the strawberry croissants, it's messy but delicious. Don't they make anything to eat it that doesn't need to come with a stack of napkins? I still managed to finish it in a hurry.
That was so good. I didn't even know you had them on the menu. Or I'd have ordered one before.
It's not on the menu. It's just something I put together myself. I had to mark out a lot of different items to make it. But if you think so highly of it, then maybe I'll think about adding it to my store.
You should.
Oh, every day.
Every day is an awfully long time.
It was that good.
I saved a little bite for Happy, who's currently protecting us from everyone who passes by. He doesn't bark or growl, but he keeps pace with them, walking as fast as leash will let him before going back to the start. He never tries to go too far, though.
Happy!
He tilts his head and then comes running, and I hold out a treat on the palm of my hand. Being as careful not to bite me as he can, he pulls it away with his tongue and munches, well, happily.
Perhaps you should consider a dog-sized version on the menu too.
That would be the most adorable thing my team ever hated me for. I should make sure to keep some dog biscuits, though. I'll have to write that down.
From one of the pockets on her apron, Aspen retrieves something I haven't seen in a while, a small notebook and a pen. She starts to write something down and then freezes.
Oh, Juliet, I just remembered.
Setting the book on the table, Aspen hurries into the cafe. Juliet and I both watch her go. Even Juliet seems a little surprised. But 10 seconds later, the door flies open again and Aspen is back carrying a different piece of paper.
Regina approved my idea to put a reading corner in the new store. I was wondering if you would let me borrow a few books to stock it. Maybe it could even be an extension of the library.
She holds up the paper, showing us a sketch of what it'll look like. Several wooden shelves line one wall, and on the other side is a tall bookshelf that separates the reading spot from the counter in the kitchen.
It hasn't been set up yet, but they'll be installing it tomorrow. So on opening day, all that will be left to do is fill the shelves.
Juliet claps with delight.
I love that idea. It would be my pleasure to share our collections.
Aspen beams, and I can't help but smile too, for both of them. I know that in a sense this is another dream come true for Aspen.
Why don't you come by tomorrow and pick out a few, and we can bring them to you at the opening?
That sounds great. I already have a list somewhere. I started daydreaming a little bit when I first came up with the idea.
I sit back and listen to the two of them chat about books for a while. It's nostalgic. All the names and titles go over my head, as unknown to me as they were months ago. This time though, I don't mind. I don't feel left out. I wait for the conversation to reach a lull before clearing my throat. There's something that I want to talk about too. Something I've only become more sure of since yesterday.
Hey, speaking of new jobs and stuff.
Yeah?
I've been thinking about maybe trying something new. Instead of working at the library. If Juliet doesn't mind.
Of course not. Please, follow your heart, and I'll always support you. Is there something in particular you want to try?
Yeah. It's something I just thought of a couple days ago. That felt right as soon as I did.
On the ground beside me, Happy hasn't left since I gave him that bite of sandwich, even though he hasn't gotten anything else since then either.
It was something this guy made me realize I want to do too. I want to try to help out at the nature preserve. Yesterday, Aspen said that Happy kind of reminded her of Unbi. That's Silver's new name, by the way. It's the first one she picked for herself. Anyway, not just them, but also that bird. The one I found in the woods that we weren't able to save. I think about it a lot. I want to try helping others like that. Other birds and dogs and whatever they have there. Like how someone helped me before too. Lots of someones, I mean.
Oh, Miho, that's wonderful. How perfect for you. I'd be glad to give you a recommendation to Amaya. I believe they're always looking for volunteers. After a while, you could even apply to work there, like Amaya does. But listen to me getting ahead of myself. I'm already so excited for you.
God, I love Juliet. If I knew someone like this, who would, like, gladly just let me work at their place, no strings attached, but just to support me, and if I try to look for something else, still support me, I think I would cry.
Thanks.
Aspen looks a little more concerned.
I agree. That does sound like something that would be just right.
But
what about your magic? With the library, it's not a big deal since you live with Juliet. You couldn't see all your co-workers every day, though.
Yeah, I thought about that. I think I have an idea, but
Really?
Oh.
What were you thinking?
I don't want to say right now. I'm still thinking about it.
okay.
I'll make up my mind soon, though.
I can tell Aspen wants to know more, but she forces herself to stiffly nod all the same.
All right. You can tell us when you're ready.
Thank you. It won't be long, promise.
It's not that I don't want to tell her, it's just that I don't want to get her hopes up. I'm kind of afraid to get my own hopes up. I take a breath, feeling my beat rise and fall with my chest. Maybe I'm just afraid in general. Still, I swallow that fear, pushing it to the back of my mind. I can brood and ponder later. Right now, I just want to focus on what I've got, enjoying this meal and moment. In Juliet's typically reliable fashion, she manages to get a call set up for me with Amaya the same evening. At least this time, unlike with Minso, I don't have a whole day to fret about it beforehand. Instead, there's only 10 or 15 minutes between when she tells me she's going to reach out and when she comes up to my room to offer me the phone. It's only voice, not video, which makes it a little less stressful. Still, I have to calm my nerves a bit before I'm actually able to answer.
Hello?
Something I've been working on is how loud to talk when I'm using the phone. I always end up yelling since I can't really hear myself, but I've been trying to fix that for Aspen's sake. Still, I'm self-conscious about it as I press the phone to my ear.
Hi there, Miho, right? I'm Amaya at the Preserve. Nice to meet you.
Hi, we actually know each other kind of.
Thanks. Nice to meet you too.
If all goes well, then this should be the last time I ever have to introduce myself to someone for the second time.
Julia tells me you're interested in helping out around here and that you have a pretty extensive history with animals. Is that right?
Yes!
Yeah? You could say that.
Awesome. I'll be honest, we could really use a hand right now. Or 2 or 4 if you got them. As far as I'm concerned, a friend of Juliet's is a friend of mine. There's still a few questions I gotta ask you though, both as a formality and just to get to know you better. No pressure. These aren't the kinds of questions you have to study for. Is that okay?
Yep.
Has saying no pressure ever actually made someone feel less pressure?
Great. First up, why do you want to help out here? Be as big or as specific as you want.
Because I want to help animals. I don't know if Juliet told you, but I used to be a fox.
No kidding. Bushy tail and everything?
9 of them.
Incredible. You'll fit right in. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Right. Back when I was a fox, someone saved me. And that's how I ended up turning into a person. Then once I got here to Welly, Julia helped me out a lot too. I like people a lot more than I used to now. But I still know animals pretty well. Better than most humans, I bet.
I love that. Okay, next question. What kind of work is it that you want to do? A lot of people, they sign up to help out here thinking it's going to be all clean and tidy like a hospital. It isn't. Animals are messy and dangerous, and you can't get mad at them when they screw up. Believe me, it's useless. It's a lot of dirty work. It's a lot of being careful and still sometimes getting hurt. What I'm saying is, it's not easy. Is that something you're okay with?
Yeah, I am. When I said how I got helped out, back when I was a fox, I got my leg caught in a hunter's trap. I couldn't move, and it hurt more than anything I've ever felt. But there was this person who found me, who had already been nice to me before. Still, if I hadn't been about to die, I probably would have tried to get away from them anyway.
Welcome back. How was there?
They took care of me and helped my leg get better. They fed me and came to visit me every day. Until the day they left my forest.
Okay.
So, I know what it's like to be that way. Scared
That's
and hurt.
alright.
And not sure who you can trust.
God damn. I'm so sorry. Us humans can be terrible, can't we?
Sometimes. But that's only some humans, not all of them. That's something it took me a long time to learn. There are good humans, though, like you and my girlfriend Aspen.
Oh, you're dating Aspen? I've heard Juliet talk about her for years.
Yeah, we're dating.
It makes my heart feel warm to say that.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you've already got the job, but here we go. Last question, alright?
Alright.
Yeah.
This has actually been a lot easier than I expected. I don't even have to try hard to think of the answers like I normally do. Instead, I feel confident in what I'm saying in a way that I don't know if I ever have before.
Okay, here it is. Miho, do you believe in fate?
What?
I asked for that last time.
You remember that?
So that was you. That was gonna be my secret final question. I remembered having that conversation with someone, but for the life of me, I couldn't think of who. I thought someone must have tampered with my mind with magic or something. And to tell you the truth, I still can't picture what you look like.
Oh, you're exactly right, actually. I have this, I guess you could call it power. Where everyone I meet forgets about me in a day if I don't see them again. That's what happened to you.
She's quiet for a moment, probably thinking about what to say. In that silence, I make up my mind.
But I think I've figured out a way to get rid of it. I'm going to try it tomorrow. So hopefully it won't be a problem. If you can remember me after this time tomorrow, then that'll mean that worked.
Still, there's silence. Did the call disconnect? Finally, she clears her throat.
Alright then, Miho.
Her voice sounds rough, like she suddenly caught a cold. My hair stands on end. Wait, is she crying?
I hope I'll give you a call tomorrow then. But first, you have to
No!
answer my other question. It's not the usual third question we ask, but I figure I don't need to ask about a time you met an animal in need.
Oh, right.
Once again, this question is easy to answer, but it's for a different reason.
I don't know. But I don't think I care. Because either way, I'm still living my life. If there's magic or something else, then that's not really up to me, right? So, I like what you said last time. Either way, I just want to be...
Fulfilled?
Yeah, like Aspen and Juliet.
Well, if there's one thing we can offer you here, it's that. Also a small salary. It's not gonna make you a millionaire or anything, but it should more than cover the bus fare or beer money, whichever you need more.
Really? I thought it was all volunteer stuff.
We usually start them off that way. Helps figure out which ones are serious about it and which ones are just looking for a summer job because mom said so. But I get the feeling you're gonna be a long hauler. What about you?
Now I have to pause to think about it. Working at the library is the longest I've ever stuck with something, and that's only been a few months. What Amaya's talking about is a lot longer than that. After spending most of my life not thinking beyond the next 24 hours and spending my time here taking my daily life for granted, I haven't had to think long term too much. Other than making sure Aspen, Happy and Juliet are part of it, the future hasn't been that important to me. I need to start changing that though, especially after tomorrow. So maybe this is a chance to start the new year off with something else that's different for me. My New Year's resolution, Aspen called it.
Yeah, I'd like to be.
Super awesome, great. I haven't been this excited about a new hire in a long time.
Thanks.
I'm glad we're not on a video call so she can't see me blush.
I'll have to file some paperwork to make it official, and get the okay for the expenses, all that boring stuff. I'll try to get back to you tomorrow, end of the week at the latest. Sound good?
Yep.
Good. You better get that magic thing taken care of, Miho. I'm gonna write myself a note to be sad if I forget about you.
You got it.
Good. Talk to you soon then.
See you later.
The call ends and I immediately sigh once again. Of course I can't blame her, but she makes getting rid of my magic sound so casual. In reality, that would be the biggest change of my entire life. Maybe even more than becoming a gumiho in the first place. It's a change that I need at this point in my life though. As both Aspen and Juliet love to remind me, it was my path through life that made me who I am today. However, that person isn't the same as before. The things that matter to me now meant nothing back then. So it seems logical to me that my need to transform, steal, and be forgotten has changed too. I'm grateful for everything my magic and my beat have done for me, but they're the final step from that path that I need to move past. Plus, if Umi is right, then they're not separate things that I'll lose. They're just parts of me that change too. That feels a lot more comforting, I think. Since Happy left with Julia when she bought me the phone, I have a rare moment to myself. I remove my necklace and hold it in my hands, something I do quite a lot these days. Even more cracks have appeared on the bead. It's broken in as many places as it is whole. Light leaks out, shining on my palms. The bead looks like it could fall apart at any time, fragile, like a human. Something would happen if I broke it, I'm sure of that. Something will happen when I break it. Tomorrow. I've already given myself that deadline by telling Amaya. It's short, but it's less time to dread it and change my mind. Enough time to tell Aspen and Juliet though. I want them to be there when I do it too. You want to break it? You're not gonna eat it? Swallow it? I don't know what will happen. If I were to let myself think of all the possibilities, I'm sure I would end up talking myself out of it. Instead, I choose to believe what Umbi said and what makes the most sense to me, that it would never make me into something I don't want to be. I'll choose my own destiny instead, my own fate, whatever it may be. After months of practicing, the day of the play finally arrives. Oh, really? Really? You're gonna put that in the middle. Okay. Our performance starts in the evening, but I have to be there a couple hours early. Aspen promised that she'd be in the audience to support both me and Lena. Juliet will be taking care of Happy, so she won't be able to make it. Even though I explained again and again that I'll just be standing there when I'm on stage, she's just as excited as they were when I first announced I'd be participating. I'm glad that they'll be there though. The last hour or so before showtime is a busy one, with lots of the cast running around doing last-minute preparations or run-throughs. I just try to stay out of the way and help out if asked. We made the change from practicing in the park to practicing on a real stage pretty easily, and by now the home production is pretty smooth. I make the mistake of peeking out from the curtain before it begins and see that almost all the chairs in the audience are filled. I even managed to spot my people, although they don't notice me. I had to a corner backstage doing my best to stay out of everyone's way. Cyrus has been walking around checking in with each cast and crew member in turn. He still hasn't gotten to me when Lena hurries over.
Miho! Ready to go? Nervous?
A little.
So far, so good. What about you? Shouldn't you be in your costume?
I'm gonna go get changed soon. I was just, talking with my parents.
Are they here in the audience?
He doesn't want to go through with Everett.
Yeah.
But whatever she does, I support her in it.
I think they
But
were more excited for me to be in this play than
it's gonna be some kind of change for sure.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm glad I did it though.
Yeah, me too. They said they're glad I found something I like. Although I know they still wish it was ballet. I guess me being up on stage is still good enough for them.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, I think I am. I mean, it was my decision. I probably won't be in any other plays anytime soon, though.
That's too bad. You're really good at it.
I know, but I want to keep trying new things. Maybe someday I'll go back to ballet or something, but only if I decide that I want to, not someone else.
Cyrus wraps up a conversation with a nearby cast member, then joins us in our corner.
Hey, you two. All set for your big debut, Miho?
I think I've got all my lines down.
Good. How about you, Lena?
Ready, boss!
Cool. Thanks for making this possible, both of you.
It's no big deal. Right, Miho?
Right.
For me, that's pretty true, but for Lena?
We should probably go get changed, but first,
Scratching his neck, Cyrus looks away for a moment.
Hey, Lena.
Huh?
Are you, busy after this?
He's blushing. He's blushing. It's barely there, but he's blushing. Yeah. After the play? No? Why?
Do you wanna get dinner or something?
Lena blinks a few times in rapid succession.
Yes!
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go get ready now.
Face red, Lena runs off, both Cyrus and I staring after her.
The dressing room's the other way.
A moment later, Lena swims past us, going in the opposite direction.
It's this way.
She disappears into another room.
That wasn't weird, was it?
No.
From me, I mean.
What's the thing you're smelling? Is that?
Nah.
Is
I
that?
think Weird is like her normal anyway. I think she's pretty glad you asked her.
I kind of had a feeling after she gave me that painting a while ago. Part of the reason I wanted her to be in this play was so we could hang out more. But it's been kind of tough.
Don't worry.
What kind of emote is that? Cyrus nods.
Well, I'm gonna go get dressed too. See you on stage.
Sure.
See you.
All of this feels very final, like in a I could maybe finish this route today, but now I'm not so sure anymore. Cyrus leaves and I spend my last couple minutes alone. It's taking a while to get here, but it seems like everything's turned out alright. Lena's all over the place and hard to follow sometimes, and Cyrus is like her opposite. They're both nice people though, and I hope that them getting dinner later is just the start of something between them. I think they'd be good for each other. Eventually it's time for me to go get ready as well. In a dressing room, I pull on my stiff tree costume and take my place backstage. From the other side of the curtain, I can hear the low rumble of the crowd talking. As the lights dim, the chatter does too. Looking around, I see Lena all dressed up and ready to go. She gives me a big thumbs up. At the front, Cyrus faces everyone with a small smile.
Showtime.
Yeah! We all get into position and the curtain rises. The music begins and Lena soon takes her place on center stage. Watching her perform is like watching a whole other person. There's a certain grace to her movements and the way she talks. I admire her ability to just go out and perform when she has to, even when I know she must be all worked up emotionally. Cyrus is the same way when he's acting. He has to talk louder to project his voice, but he doesn't seem uncomfortable doing it. The way he walks and talks is elegant like Lena. The audience laughs and gasps in all the right places, and I even hear a few sniffles during some of the sad parts. When it's finally time for me to go out, I'm surprised by just how many faces there are in the crowd. I can't let myself get distracted though, I need to do my best too. My part's pretty easy and I pull it off without a hitch. As I leave the stage for the last time, Lena mouths "nice job" to me. I smile in return. The whole 2 hours seem to fly by. When the last scene ends, I can hardly believe that it's over. One by one, we all go back out to take a bow. The applause from the audience is like thunder rolling through the theater. The last ones to return are the three main characters, including Lena and Cyrus. As they take their place, the applause somehow gets louder, with everyone rising out of their seats to clap. Confetti falls from the rafters as they look around, basking in the celebration. Lena's smile is huge, while Cyrus seems a little stunned by their reaction. The three of them link hands to take a bow, and the rest of us join them one last time for a final bow all together. Throughout it, Lena and Cyrus never let go of each other. When everything is over and everyone goes backstage to clean up and congratulate each other, I say goodbye to pretty much everyone except those two. I look around to try to find them, but can't. Finally, the sound of a door opening catches my ear. I peek around the corner of the hallway to see Lena and Cyrus standing at the door to the outside, about to step out together. I say they earned the right to leave early and skip out on the cleaning. As the door shuts behind them, I smile to myself. The heck? Everyone might even remember the tree in this play. I think they're gonna be just fine. What a perfect performance with Lena. Ah. Even though Aspen shows up for breakfast, I'm too preoccupied to do much but eat and respond on autopilot. After a predictably sleepless night, I can barely stay focused enough to chew. I'm so out of it that Aspen has to wave her hand in my face to get my attention.
Miho!
Yeah?
I was going to ask if you're okay, but I think I need to ask what's wrong instead.
What do you mean?
You've been chewing on an empty fork for a little bit now.
Ew. I look at the utensil in my hand.
Oops.
Aspen gently sets my brutalized fork onto the table. My plate is so full I'm not sure if I actually had any food or not.
Is this about your secret idea from yesterday?
I nod.
You're good.
I like to think I know you pretty well. Is it something you can talk to us about yet?
Juliet also leans in to show she's listening, although she doesn't interject. I can feel my pulse rise in response to the sudden attention. Even Happy is watching me. This is the whole reason I decided so quickly. I should just get it over with.
I'm going to snatch my bead.
Both Aspen and Juliet look at me in stunned silence. I'm not surprised.
I don't know for sure, but if I do that, I think my magic will go away. The problem is, I don't know what else will happen to me. But I think I'll be okay. And B thinks so too.
While Juliet continues to look shocked, Aspen's face flips through emotions like I'm changing channels on the TV.
Smash it! Are you sure? That's
Smash it!
permanent. And what do you mean, what else? What do you mean, you think? Have you thought?
Aspen.
All Aspen has to do is look at Juliet and she cuts herself off.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you've thought about it. But that's so sudden. I'm sure you can see why I'm so shocked.
It's been on my mind for a while, and it's all I could think about last night. It's what I want to do, though. I told Amaya I would, for one thing, and I'd feel a lot better if I didn't have to worry about either of you forgetting about me.
Me too. God, me too.
Your magic is more than just being forgotten, though. That, plus your ability to transform.
Was scared she goes from girlfriend to pet? No,
Thus, I would imagine.
I really hope that doesn't happen.
immortality.
Aspen gasps.
Miho!
I know. I thought about that too, and I'm okay with that. I want to feel more. I want things to mean more to me. I don't think that can happen unless I know I'm going to lose them someday. That's something both of you helped me realize.
I meet Juliet's gaze.
You too. And Cosette.
Her eyes go wide, then settle into motherly contentment. Closing her eyes, she nods in acknowledgement of what I said. Aspen grabs my hands, one in each of hers, holding them to her heart as she faces me.
Miho, I don't know what to say. There's so much that I don't know if I could get through it all. So, I'll just trust you. I'll trust that you know what's right for you, and I'll support you in that. Always.
Aspen has barely finished talking when there's a sudden flash of light from my necklace, causing both Aspen and Juliet to recoil in shock. Happy helps in surprise too.
What the?
I instantly cup my hands around my bead, which contains a lot of the light but not all of it. Aspen still has to use one arm to shield her eyes. What the fuck? The hell? Who keeps trying to find their AirPods by connecting to my phone? What is going on tonight? What the hell? That's my phone. Who are you? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Somehow, despite the brightness, I'm able to see through it unbothered. The bead seems to be shaking, but I don't think it's because of my hands. Did your phone name real quick? How do you do that? Stop trying to connect to my phone, please. How would you do that? Genuinely? I have no idea. I don't even know anyone who had their AirPods connected to my phone ever. Could be trying to find them like this. That's weird. Local VTuber gets hacked in real time. Somewhat despite the brightness, I'm able to see through it unbothered. The bead seems to be shaking, and I don't think it's because of my hands. It's still whole, but just barely. It's had its fill of whatever it was looking for. I can feel it. It's needy. The magic within it wants to burst free and escape. All three of us exchange a look, knowing that it's pointless to say anything else about the issue. Whether it's instinct or just my own inner strength, I grit my teeth and stand up.
It's time.
I walk to the front door, hoping that I'm not shaking as badly as I think I am. Aspen, Juliet, and Happy are right behind me, but I don't look back until I'm out the door standing in the sunlight. Aspen comes to my side, gripping my arm as she leans in for a kiss. Closing my eyes and focusing on the feeling of her against my side, I feel the storm in my belly calm down a little bit. Little claws dig into me as Happy stands up on his hind legs, pressing his paws into me as well. Juliet remains on the doorway, just out of reach of the sunlight, but I know she's watching anxiously too. My hands are trembling as I reach for my necklace. Aspen places her hand on mine, steadying it as I undo the clasp. For the first time since I slipped it on, I carefully remove my bead and set the rest aside. It's strangely heavy in my palm. Oh, we don't know. We just know that she can't let sunlight actually touch her. In that sense, I don't think she'd outright die, but it's probably not good for her. Maybe I shouldn't call it strange. It's carrying a lot of memories in it. Still, it's small enough that when I curl my fingers, it's hidden entirely. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath and then another, preparing myself for what I'm about to do.
Wait!
My eyes shoot back open.
Before you do, there's something I have to ask.
Okay.
I'd regret it forever if I don't.
Okay.
What is it? You can ask me anything.
She looks conflicted. I have no idea what her question could even be. Finally, she copies me, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath before snapping her gaze to mine.
Can I touch your ears?
Huh?
For as long as I've known you, I've wanted to ask. But it seems so rude, so I kept putting it off. I can't put it off anymore, though.
I take a second to process what she said and then I burst out laughing. Of everything she could have said, that definitely wouldn't have been one of my guesses. She looks so guilty about asking that it makes me laugh even harder until I'm doubled over and unable to stand up straight. Tears start to stream from my eyes, taking a lot of my attention with them. I can only nod in response, unable to actually answer Aspen's question with words. After a couple seconds, she can't keep from laughing either, even as she approaches me. I force myself upright at least a bit more and tilt my head for her. Her fingers hesitantly settle on my ears, and she scratches a few times the same way she pets Happy. I see why he likes it so much. Aspen doesn't spend too long before moving away from me. She looks a lot more relieved too.
Okay, I've gotten that out of my system. Why don't you... Miho!
What? She gasps and points at my hand. I look down. Without even meaning to, I clench my fist at some point. Familiar light shines between the gaps, turning into vapor and rising towards the sky. I curl my fingers, revealing a small pile of glowing dust and shards of my bead. The shards aren't sharp. In fact, they aren't anything. I can't even feel them there. Turning my hand over, I dump the debris onto the ground. A lot of the dust disappears as it falls, and so do some of the pieces. A couple of them hit the ground before vanishing. Only one piece, the largest one, lasts for any time at all. Instead of evaporating instantly, it slowly dissolves, with most of the powder being carried away by the wind. Soon, all that's left is a tiny seed that looks like it comes from some unknown plant. Was this part of my bead too? I'll never know the answer, because the wind picks up and takes out with it too. Although it doesn't disappear into nothingness, it's gone from sight in an instant. If it was, then maybe it's on its way to someone else who needs it. Just like Zhongying, it'll travel the world again, never quite coming to rest. I think they'd love to be part of the wind, laughing along with the breeze, so I'm sure they know where to take it. The instant that the last trace of magic disappears, I can feel my body start to change. It's similar to changing into a fox, but still different. My ears shrink down and my tail retracts, but the rest of me stays the same. My hair brushes against my shoulders as new, different ears take the place of my fox ones. It feels like stretching after being crammed up for a long time. Human Miho real!
That's weird.
Like always, transformation is quick, only a few seconds from start to finish. Except, it's not always anymore. There's no next time. I turn around to face Aspen and Juliet again, just as a tearful Aspen rushes into me, wrapping me in the tightest hug I've ever felt. Somehow her lips managed to find mine, and my first experience as a human couldn't be any better. Happy doesn't wait long before demanding to be noticed too, so I step away from Aspen in order to kneel down and pet him. He seems to handle this change a lot better than me turning into a fox, since he doesn't growl or act any differently at all. I wonder if he even notices a change. Finally, it is Juliet who has tears of her own in her eyes. As I climb the stairs, she steps forward and pulls me into an embrace of her own.
Congratulations, Miho.
Thank you. For everything.
Juliet lets go of me and then steps further back into the house and away from the sunlight. The rest of us go inside too. I feel strangely normal. Other than being a bit dizzy, I feel exactly the same as I did 5 minutes ago. Even the dizziness will probably go away once I get used to not having a tail. Oh yeah, you have to get used to a different way of balancing yourself now. I'm not sure what I was expecting being human to feel like, but I thought it would at least feel like something. I don't mind being wrong about this one. I know that I'm right about the human part though. That same intuition that's guided me my whole life tells me that. That's reassuring as well. I'm still me through and through. We go back to the kitchen, which also seems absurdly normal. I feel like I should at least do something to celebrate or commemorate the occasion, but really, just being able to go on with my everyday life feels like a reward itself. Like Lena leaving the Bell house, maybe it'll hit me harder later on, after the novelty has worn off. But right now, I'm just excited to keep living. After Juliet goes to bed, Aspen and I leash up Happy and take him for a walk around town. I notice a few differences, like not being able to smell or hear quite as well as I could before. I don't mind though, the trade-off is more than worth it. My first day as a human isn't too different from my last few days as a Gumiho, and that's just fine with me. Aspen stays as late as she can, and when she finally leaves to return to her own apartment, she does it with a promise to meet up again tomorrow. That night, lying awake next to Happy, I look out my bedroom window at the city I've come to know so well. I started to take the view for granted, but I'm going to have to unlearn all of that. I really want to be grateful for what I have, since someday it'll all be gone. For what will be the last time for a while, Aspen shows up at the library for breakfast. It's been our routine ever since I came to Wellington, and it's bittersweet that it'll be coming to an end. Lila. An ending is just a chance for a new beginning though.
So, tomorrow's the big day.
You're not gonna end anytime soon though,
That's
are you?
right. I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. I don't know if I'll have time to sleep tonight.
At least you'll have plenty of coffee to drink in the morning.
That's true. As long as no one drops the coffee maker or something. Oh, here I go again. I keep imagining 100 things that could go wrong.
I'm sure there are a million things that will go right.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Thanks. I'm sure you're both right. I just can't help being me.
That's why I know it'll go well.
Happy and I hang out in the kitchen while Aspen and Juliet browse around to find books for Aspen's reading corner. Once she has a few picked out, Juliet heads to bed and Aspen rejoins the dog and me. She picks up her purse where she left it on the counter earlier and sits down.
So, after your bead broke yesterday, it gave me an idea for a secret ritual of my own.
Oh. She shakes the bag and I can hear paper crinkle inside.
Oh, like magic?
No magic, just superstition, I guess you could call it. Or symbolism, something along those lines.
Let's do it.
You don't even know what it is yet.
So, let's do it.
So, it's something you want to do, and that's enough for me.
I hope you're up for a bit of a walk then, because I'd like to go up Mount Victoria.
Girl, what?
I'll go get Happy's leash.
Ugh! On the way up to the top of the mountain, we talk about everything except why we're there. At the summit, we stop and Aspen looks around.
I see why you come up here so often. I'm glad the new store is closer. I could do with a few more chances to clear my head.
I'm glad you like it up here too. I know it's not a secret or anything, but it feels like my place.
That's nice.
I know what you mean. That used to be the library for me.
Used to?
It's special in a different way now. A wonderful way, to be sure. but not the same as when I was just a regular patron browsing the shelves.
I don't think that's gonna be a secret ritual. Also, we heard paper crinkling.
But up here, I feel calm in the same way when I sit down with a
I
good
don't
book.
think she would have wrapped a ring in paper.
Not just a good one, but a favorite. One that I know I can go back to again and again and enjoy just as much as the first time I read it.
She unslings her purse from her shoulder and reaches in. Happy gets his hopes up, probably thinking that's just where sandwiches grow, but he'll have to be disappointed this time. Instead, what Espen takes out is a small stack of paper. At first I'm afraid it's the Fox and the Grove, which is silly because I keep that safely in my room with my scroll. On closer inspection I recognize the fancy logo at the top.
That's from the book company, right? The one you almost signed with?
Yes. This was the contract they offered me.
You gonna rip it apart?
I held on to it to think about, and then afterwards held on to it as a reminder. I think I need to move on from it too now. Just like you were saying about your bead. For a long time, I thought of my self-worth purely in terms of what I could make or give to the world. In other words, how good my writing was. That sure turned out to be a mistake. I always knew it was, of course. Still, once you're that far into the hole, it can be tough to dig yourself back out. I have you to thank in part for that. For helping me find my own strength that I needed. That's why I don't need this anymore. Not as a reminder or a motivator. I don't need it to tell me what I'm worth.
From top to bottom, Aspen rips the papers in half. Then she tucks those into a pile and rips them again. Then she rips those. She holds out her handful of shredded paper like I held out my shattered bead. Just like then, the wind eagerly picks up the pieces and carries them away out to sea. Littering! You're littering! No, it's good, good, good. I'm proud of you, Aspen. They toss and flutter in the wind, scattering directions before they even pass the edge of the mountain. Aspen watches them go, hands still outstretched, not to bring them back, but to keep them away. I'm proud of her. In just seconds, they're gone from sight.
I tore up the rejection letters too. The ones I'd been keeping in my box. Envelopes and all. I saved a copy of my manuscript instead. That's what I really want to look back on someday and smile about. Not to forget the bad, but to remember the good too. I'll always associate it with these days here with you. And with the new store, and everything else. I think those will be much happier memories to keep. Don't you?
I do. I never want to forget how I feel right now either. Or any of my time here.
I don't think we will. I'm not sure how we could. And even though the future is scary at times, it scares me right now when I think of opening the store tomorrow. I'm excited. I'm excited to face it with you and with Juliet. And with Happy, of course.
Of course.
The thievers stand quietly together, facing the horizon and the future. Aspen's right. It is intimidating, but that's exciting in its own way. If there's one lesson that I've learned, one most important thing, is that I can't just wait for the future to come to me. I have to reach out and grab it for myself. Arriving at the new Bell house, it's immediately obvious that Aspen didn't need to worry about no one showing up. Juliet and I are there an hour early, but we're not even the first to arrive. There's already a small line of people waiting when we get there, blocks of Aspen's requested books in tow. Some of the staff are running around outside looking stressed. Others are indoors setting up the display cases and brewing coffee. They also look pretty stressed. What was that noise? That was me! That was me thinking, oh my god, please. I keep thinking this route is gonna be over. We're gonna finish our first route. Hi, Raiders! Hi, Jin. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. I'm new. I like the color pink, visual novels, and JRPGs. I'm currently stressing because I'm going overtime because I'm thinking the game is gonna be over soon, but it's not ending. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay. Thanks for the pat. Also, Pikachu for the Raiders. Of course, of course.
Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu.
I am in the last scene. Like, actually, have you played this game before? Are you for real? Also, good night, Lena.
Thank you for coming by. We had the same thing happen in Raging Loop. Yeah, but Raging Loop made me mad. Yep. Okay, I'll trust you. I trust you. I will trust you. If you say this is the last scene, then we're gonna do it. Not that I'm not enjoying my time, but I cannot stream for that long during the week. I mean, it's not gonna be the last scene for the entire game. It's just for this first ending. Sometimes you just want to finish a game. Oh yeah, we're not like done, but just it's our first ending. So next time I'm gonna go for the others. I recognize one or two of the employees from the other Bell House, but I don't know their names. Most of them I've never seen before. It's just the aprons that give them away. Despite the nervousness, everything seems to be running pretty smoothly. One person that I do recognize is Regina, Aspen's boss. She strolls around the place looking calmer than the other workers. She's probably done this more than once. Hope you're doing well. I think I am. Also, thank you Kingdom for following. I'm so sorry that blah. So much stuff happening. I hope you had fun with more Resident Evil. Didn't you also go overtime? I feel like you streamed for longer today as well. I saw you live earlier and I was like, I could come by Jin if I managed to finish my stream in time. And then I was like, yep. Bit longer, yeah. I'm no expert, but I don't see any problems anywhere. Aspen's done a great job getting everything ready to go. She's been here since before I woke up, so I haven't seen her in person yet, although we've been messaging throughout the morning when possible. I let her know that Juliet and I have arrived, but the message sits unread. I spot another familiar face though at the same time that she spots us.
Hey, Miho!
Hey! She slips out the front door and jogs over to where Happy and I are standing. Juliet's retreated off under the shade of the building's roof.
Hi, Lena. How's
Gotta
it
eat
going?
something, drink a bit. Yeah, you do that. Get something good to eat and drink. I'll also get a small bite to eat as soon as I finish this up. Still have some smoked salmon left over.
Oh, you know,
Yesterday.
pretty normal day. Hang on a sec though. Something's different about you.
Yeah, she's a human now.
Yeah.
Smoked salmon.
A haircut? Wait, no, I see it.
Yes.
Don't tell me they gave you an haircut too!
Nope. They went away on their own. I broke the bead that gave me my magic, and so now I'm just a regular human.
Her face goes pale.
And I thought it was bad that I dropped the coffee machine this morning.
You did?
Oh, nah. I did it on purpose. I wanted this to happen.
Seriously? Why would you do that?
Because I got tired of people forgetting about me all the time. I want to be able to live a normal life, even if it's one that has an end. I'm starting a new job soon too. One that I couldn't do if nobody remembered me.
Oh, congrats! You're gonna kick life's butt, aren't ya?
Yes!
It's not quite the way I
Just
put
say
it.
yes, mijo.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, it's the right way. The only right way. Go ahead, ask me why that is.
Why?
Because you've gotta beat life into giving you what you want.
Alright. She does a fake punch that comes close to hitting me in the real face.
When it thinks it's got you down, that's when you've gotta fight back even harder. Never give up. Never surrender!
Alright. It's kind of impossible to not be impressed with Lena's enthusiasm, even when it's like this.
And you can only do that when you've got something to fight for. Like Aspen, or your friends, or your dog.
Wait, when did you get a dog?
She's so...
This is Happy. I've had him for a few days now.
He does look happy. What's his name?
That is his name.
No, that is his name. Happy.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to do this a lot in the future. Still, I like the name. I guess you could say it makes me happy too. Once Lena finishes introducing herself to the dog, she finally notices the box of books on top of the wagon that we brought.
Oh, are those for Aspen? I'll take them in and let her know you're here. Although she might be busy until after she cuts the ribbon.
That's fair.
That's fine. Thanks for letting her know. I'll be with Juliet.
Got it.
I pass the wagon's handle to Lena and she rolls it around the back to the back entrance. Blah. Happy and I go wait next to Juliet, not too far from the line to get in. She adjusts her parasol to give us a bit of extra shade too. Why isn't this one voice? What do you think? I'm quite impressed with what they've done here. It has its own distinct feeling while still clearly being the Bell House.
Yeah, I love it. I can tell Aspen put her heart.
Juliet's voice lets her work in the scene for some reason. No! I cannot do a voice like hers. Oh no. On one side of the cafe is a park and on the other is a row of shops that are just as cute as the Bell House. None of them have such a long line though. There are only a couple minutes left until the grand opening and everyone in the crowd knows it. I do a quick head count. There are almost 24 people standing in line, not counting Juliet and myself. There are a few others who aren't in line either, like a reporter taking pictures and someone that must be Regina's husband. The warm, cozy scents of fresh bread and coffee are strong here as at the other location. Maybe even stronger since we're outside and can still smell them. I can see in through the frosted glass windows, but I imagine they're all doing a last-minute scramble, taking care of final touch-ups before it's time. A blue ribbon is draped across the front doors. They'll suddenly open inward, leaving the ribbon still hanging, and Aspen appears, dressed in uniform. She looks around, spotting me and Juliet, and gives us a small wave. But she quickly focuses her attention on the crowd.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for coming. We appreciate you showing up before you're actually able to have your coffee.
A couple people chuckle.
My whole team has worked very hard to make today's opening a success, so we're very proud to officially open our doors to everyone. Lena!
Coming!
I can hear Lena, but can't see her. I can, however, see the look of disapproval on Aspen's face as Lena rushes up to her with a pair of scissors. Even that disappears in a flash though, as with a big smile, Aspen cuts through the ribbon in a single snap. She steps aside, letting the line of people begin to enter. As the first customer passes through the door, a chorus of cheers comes from inside.
Welcome to the Bell House!
Oh god. It takes a few minutes, but finally Aspen emerges from the building and comes over to where we are. I reach out my arms to embrace her, but she shakes her head.
No, don't hug me, I'm gross. As soon as I get home, I'm taking 3 showers and 2 naps.
Alright.
You deserve them.
Shower, nap, shower, nap,
You've
shower.
done a good job.
Thanks. Wait until you actually go inside. Although maybe it's better to wait until tomorrow for that.
You're already quite popular. I'm not sure if tomorrow will be any slower.
That's a good problem to have if it happens. I can show you around right now if you really want, but it's going to be awfully crowded in there.
It's fine. You can show us another time. We'll be here again soon, for sure.
Indeed. I'm looking forward to trying out the reading corner for myself.
Yes, me too. Lena told me you brought the books. Thank you so much.
Of course. I hope they find a way into many new hands.
I'll make sure they do. I want to do some kind of discount for people who are working or reading here. I'm not sure what it'll be yet, but I want to help out students and artists, even if it's just a free cup of coffee.
Sounds great.
I'm already getting ahead of myself, though. We've been open for all of 10 minutes, and I'm planning what to do next.
You make that sound like it's a bad thing. But this place only exists because you dreamed about it, right?
Well, yes. I suppose so. I need my feet on the ground right now, though. I could let my head off into the clouds when my shift is over. Which, unfortunately, is still several more hours from now. I'm going to have a few words with whoever it was that put together this schedule.
Was it you?
I think Juliet's intonation is just very different from how I usually talk. It's like I have to not even lower my voice that much, but like the way she pronounces words like very carefully, slowly. That's not how I usually talk.
It absolutely
At least,
was.
you know, to my ears.
After my naps and showers, I'll come by to visit this evening. Do you have any plans for how you want to spend your last couple days before your own new adventure, Miho?
Other than with you? Nah, not really. I think I might go for a walk. It's been a while since I just wandered around.
You've come so far since then, both literally and figuratively.
Yeah, I miss it a little bit.
Go wander then, and I'll see you at dinner?
Definitely.
Goodbye, Aspen, and good luck with the rest of the day. We'll see you tonight. With a final wave, Aspen disappears back into the cafe. I I think I'll be returning home myself. If you're going to be out for a while, then would you like me to take Happy back with me?
Yeah, please. I think I'll be out for a bit.
I pass the leash to Juliet. Happy doesn't fight against leaving me anymore. He knows that I come back to him. I watch as those two head off back the way we came, the opposite direction of the bell house. One other direction leads into town, but it's the fourth and most familiar path that I follow. For the second day in a row, I find myself atop Mount Victoria. Although I pass others going both up and down the mountain, I'm alone at the summit for the moment. Just me and the breeze. Leaning against the railing, I take in the sights again. The bustling city, the swaying trees, the cerulean ocean. All over, everywhere I look, it's alive. Every person, every leaf, every single creature, we're not so different after all. We're all just doing what we can to survive, to keep going, and to hopefully make tomorrow a little better than today. I can count how many times I've been up here enjoying this view, and I can't even begin to guess how many more times I'll come here in my lifetime. And yet, that's what makes it so precious today. Because someday I won't be able to come here anymore, and all I'll be able to do is think back and remember how it made me feel. So I'd better feel as much as I can while I can. Even now I can spot things that are different from yesterday. I pass different people on the way up here, different boats dot the glittering horizon. Different airships come and go. As much as it feels like it sometimes, and as much as I used to believe it was true, nothing ever really stays the same. From the streets to the sea, and even myself. Like clouds we grow and change until someday we disappear. There's a noticeable absence where my necklace hangs, but it isn't the aching kind of loss that feels like something's gone when it shouldn't be. Instead, it's more like nostalgia, missing something but knowing I can't go back to it, that the world and existence I'm thinking of doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe it never did. I've been to so much of the world without really seeing any of it after all. There's plenty of time to fix that though. Years and years to enjoy it to the fullest. At the end, I hope to feel the same way Jongin did, surrounded by the people they loved and content with the life they had lived. Maybe like them I'll continue to exist in some way still, in the thoughts and stories of everyone that I care about and that cared about me. For someone who's not used to being remembered, a legacy like that doesn't sound too bad. Maybe someone someday will stand up here like me, looking out at the world and seeing proof that I once lived and existed. It's okay if they don't know me or my name, that doesn't bother me. But if there's one more bird singing its song than there would have been had I never existed, then that's enough. A sudden gust sweeps across the mountain, down through the forest and out towards the sea. It ripples through my hair the same way it ripples through the trees. As the leaves rustle together in the breeze, it sounds like a warm laughter. Little fox, where's your home? The wind whispers. Closing my eyes, I relax and surrender myself to it all.
Right here.
That is it! Thank you for the pet!
As I open to another page, I wonder if I'll always stay the same, or be someone someday. As you open up.
Wait, Silva's voice. Huh? Did I read that right? They got a lot of people to voice characters. Yeah, same VA for Silva and me. I was like, huh. I did not. I did not actually realize that. Lyrics by Josh Kaplan. Why does that name ring a bell? Oh. He speaks the same as me with a different tone. Yeah. Great voice. Lovely voice. Oh man. Damn. They're really not that big a team. Big of a team, are they? Studio Lan, I mean. I probably butchered the name of right now. Guess that Ketsian! Special things. Patrons. My dear friend Panther. Oh!
Forget a bit of you, maybe you'll forget me too. But I'll treasure every second, and I know that you will
too. Ah! Exactly 9 CG, so he could put them like this. That's great. Please, be happy. Thank you for playing! Ah! Thank you for making such a nice game! What the hell? Ah! This is only the first ending, though. Oh, Louis! Hi! That's a lot of text. Even with the shuttle ride and walk back, I get home before Aspen does. Happy's waiting for me at the door like he does every day to lick my hand and then flop on the floor for a belly rub as soon as I come in. The cats crowd around to say hello too, although they keep the distance from Happy as much as they can. 5 years and they still haven't warmed up to him too much. They don't mind me like they used to though. 5 years? I start a pot of coffee brewing for when Aspen gets back and change out of my work clothes. It's my turn to cook dinner tonight, so I also grab some ingredients from the fridge and leave them on the counter to finish thawing. Then I go to our bedroom and wash up. Our bedroom! Working at the preserve has gotten easier, but it never gets boring. I always come home covered in dirt and more, but with the satisfaction of knowing that I did something meaningful. This week I've been tending to a nest of Takaki chicks who lost their mother. Baby birds are kind of gross. I've learned the hard way that pretty much all baby animals are, but seeing the improvement they've made over the past few days has been all the reward I need. From the kitchen I can hear Happy's collar sliding across the towel as he stands up, a sure sign that Aspen is home. I go out to greet her just as the front door opens.
Hey, you.
Hey?
Hello, love.
I'm dying. I'm passing away. I wait for the animals to all have their turn saying hello before I walk over to Aspen, putting my arms around her.
How was your day? Oh, the usual. I'm almost done reading this manuscript that came in a few weeks ago. It's a little rough around the edges, but I'd like to see more. I'm at the Bell House tomorrow, so I'll finish it up on break or when I get back. What about you?
That's such pretty CG. Oh my god, I'm
gonna fed some birds, chase some lizards, trim some plants.
Miho looks so soft.
I'm gonna start on dinner next. Coffee should be ready soon too.
I have to admit though, I'm still not used to seeing her, with human ears.
Thank you.
That's gonna
You're
take
the
a while.
best. I try.
Oh. Yes! Yes! I'm living for this. Like always, I stand on my toes to meet Aspen for a welcome home kiss. We've greeted each other this way every day for years now. Just like working at the preserve, I never get tired of it. At first, taking a job as an editor instead of making it as an author seemed like a downgrade to Aspen, but over time she's come to enjoy it a lot. The way she talks about seeing someone's face light up when she tells her their manuscript's been accepted, or when a book finally releases, reminds me of how I feel when we let a rescued creature back out into the wild. There's always a bit of worry. What if you did something wrong? What if they're not ready yet? But there's also a whole lot of excitement. And of course, she still has the Bell House to help keep her stable, even if it's only a couple shifts every now and then. Our home, our pets, our jobs, our lives. As much as I love the excitement, I love the comfortable familiarity just as much, if not more. In the end, I settled into life as a regular human pretty quickly. Both of us still have goals and dreams, things we'd like to do and see, but we're working towards them one step at a time and enjoying the journey along the way. I don't spend time wondering or worrying about just how many days or years I might have left because I'm too busy living every single one of them. What the fuck?
Slash positive. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Thank you for the pet. Oh my god.
What's in here?
What's in here? Yeah, you tell me. Hold on. I see. Ah. And then all of this is probably somewhere that... Ah, okay. This one is you can see my cursor.
Every time. This happens every time.
This one is probably the wild ending then. Probably has a different CG for the after credit scene. And all of this is probably Juliet. Oh. Extra artwork. Hold on. Yes! That's so cute. How do I get back? Okay. Oh my god! Wow. Oh my god! Ooh, Aspen with her hair actually... I was this close to saying Aspen with long hair, but she always has long hair. She just always ties it up. Oh my god! Wait, I accidentally skipped this one. Ooh. Oh! Hi, TK! Oh, and Mio and Humboldt. Oh my god. And we've managed to get both, you know, Lena's stuff here with, and we've managed to get all of his. That means we're only missing that one other person that showed up the one time, but then I always went for him, you know, the fisherman, I think. I don't. Can you even miss out on Lena's? I felt like this one was pretty much tied to the main story. They're so pretty. Oh my god, I love this game. I love this game. Oh yes, so many things. Oh, so many locked things. Ooh. You miss out on Lena's if you just ignore her every time, but it feels bad. Oh my god, why would I do that though? Why would I want to ignore her? I thought she was pretty much just tied to the main story anyway. Because of the whole introduction and us telling her about our magic and stuff. You did it to make your second playthrough faster? Ooh. But can't you skip her scenes? Have you seen them before? Or is the skipping not very fast? She's still involved, but not as much. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I'd feel bad. I'm already gonna feel bad about ignoring Tommy next time around. But next time around, I'm gonna go for, you know, the other people. Yeah, no, there's just this other person we have to go for, and then we have all of those. Yeah, cool. That means what we're gonna do next time is we're gonna like load. Wait, hold on, where is it?
Oh yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, that's what happened. We're gonna load this save. I turned off the cursor again. But we're gonna load this one again, and then do all of the because these three are the big choices we have to make on Aspen's route, and then go for her wild ending, see how that differs. So we're gonna like pretty much just finish the entirety of Aspen's route next time, and then I'm gonna slowly make our way through Juliet's route, which is probably gonna take us a while as well. I'm just thinking, this is, hold on, this is, how many stream for this game is this? I'm just trying to gauge, like, how long it's gonna take us. Because I'm enjoying myself immensely, but also having to let go of Aspen now. Like, I'm gonna love Julia just as much, if not more, I know that, but... This is our 6th stream of the game, actually. And the first one where we're going really overtime with like a full hour. You understand? Yeah. You spent even more time on this game than I did. I feel it. It's so good. It's definitely from the games, from Studio Land's games that I've played so far. This is definitely the best. Granted, it's also the newest one they put out, but this is definitely like immaculate, lovely characters. I'm so glad I chose to play it. Getting your first ending till stream 9. Oh man! Oh, this is so good. I'm so happy we're playing this. But yeah, that means Sunday we'll do this game again. So Sunday we'll skip our way through the different scenes. Like the choices are not gonna differ that much. And then get her wild ending, and then we're gonna get started with Juliet. I assume it's gonna take us like maybe an hour to get to Aspen's wild ending, and then we're gonna get started with Juliet's route. You get distracted all the time. Yeah, but from the times I've been to your Please Be Happy streams, even though I never really stayed for that long because I didn't want to spoil myself, it was always like you got like 2 text boxes and then something happened and you would go off on that tangent, which is perfectly fine. But it was very funny. It was like, I'm here to not get spoiled, but you've been talking about something that did not have anything to do with the game for 20 minutes anyway. I can stay. I'm the same sometimes, though. I'm the same, and then I like catch myself like, oh god, people probably want to actually see the game continue. Oops. 2 or 3 more? Yeah, probably. Because the big chunk is already gone. Like, we're not gonna go through the entire main route again. We don't have to. We have a save right at the choice where we choose between, going on Aspen's route and going on Juliet's route. It's always like, once you get to your first ending, it's not as much anymore. Even though Juliet's route is obviously gonna be different. Oh man. Get back in time for the ending, you're so glad. It's one of those things where I always want to know how other people experience it. I think if I see someone else play this game, once I'm fully done, I'm also gonna be like, oh yes, you're coming up to this part. I actually, I have to admit, I usually enjoy watching people play games that already know more than games I don't know myself, because I always feel like I won't have the time or like mental capacity to actually take in what the game is about if I watch someone else play it. Like in real time. If I catch up on VODs, it's easier because I can pause and play and, I don't know, take 5 days to watch a single video. But if I'm watching someone live, I always have trouble like also keeping stuff in my head. If I already know what the game is about, it's okay, because even if I'm gone for 5 minutes, I still know what's going to happen. It's nice hearing out of you talk about whatever comes up. I'm glad to hear it. I just always, I don't know, I always feel bad. I'm like, oh, I want to stay on topic at least as much as possible. I actually, this is off topic, but I went through all the VODs again because I was trying to find something, and I like watched my Yakuza Kiwami playthrough, the first part, and like only for a few minutes, but like me talking in the beginning, and I do not finish a single sentence. I don't know how you guys can listen to it, but I tried listening like to it myself, and I'm like, you started topic 1, then you went to topic 2, a third topic, then you went back to topic 2, then a fourth topic, and then I had completely forgotten what I originally was saying. which, by the way, was that I apparently said at the beginning of my Yakuza Kiwami 1 playthrough, oh, you know, once I make it through this game and start playing Yakuza Kiwami 2, I'll start playing it on normal to get used to it. I did not do that. I sure as hell did not do that. I don't remember if I, you know, still remembered saying that once when we played Kiwami 2, but I sure as hell did not try and play it on normal. So that was, who knows where the train of thought is heading? It's an adventure every time. It sure is. I do not know where we're going, but I'm gonna be along for the ride, that's for sure. Oh god. Alrighty though. I have gone overtime for a long time tonight, an entire hour, but we managed to finish our first ending, which I'm incredibly proud of. That means Sunday, more please be happy time. We're gonna see each other again on Friday for hopefully our final stream of Tokyo Mirage sessions, though that means I have to fucking grind like all hell tomorrow because I have not gotten around to playing the game the entire week. And we stopped playing last time because I was stuck, because I could not get through that stupid fight, so I do want to level more. So hopefully that's gonna work out. If not, I might just switch around Yakuza and Tokyo Mirage sessions, because Yakuza I can continue and then give myself a little more time for Tokyo Mirage, and we'll see about it. We'll definitely see each other on Friday. Don't know what game yet, but we'll see each other. Thank you so much for coming to the stream tonight. I hope you all enjoy. Please be happy as much as I am enjoying myself, in case that was not obvious yet. Let me set up a raid to Perth again, who's apparently finishing up one hand clapping tonight. So that is also fun. Fun. It's one of those games I would love to play for myself, but it's a platformer. Like, it uses your voice, but it's a platformer, so Here's the right message. I wrote the name correctly. Yes, good. Good, that's good. Here's the right message. I'll see you all very big mood. I'll see you all very soon. I hope you have a very, very good night. Sleep tight. And bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. I forgot to turn on my music. Hold on. Turn on. I can talk. Hold on. Don't mind me. Where's my music? Bye.